Chapter 320. Yi Qian had been hoping for her wound to heal quickly, so she was especially careful. Now, she didn't need to lie on the bed and let Xia Jinyuan change the sterile gauze. She could sit down so that it would be more convenient for him. After changing the gauze this time, you don't have to change it again. Although the wound is healing, remember not to move too much. After changing the dressing, it was almost time for Xia Jinyuan to leave. Before he left, he reminded her in more detail, don't touch the water or climb the slope. If you want to go outside to get some fresh air, walk around the tent. Today is the 3rd day. After the 7th day, I'll drive over to pick you and Uncle Chen up. After changing the gauze, Yi Qian put on a shawl to cover the curves from her shoulders to her slender waist. She smiled and said, I'll be careful. Don't worry, I also want to leave as soon as possible. I have to report to school in a few days. Her high school life was about to begin. She was looking forward to it. Number 1 middle school is not bad. So far, there have been a few students from military schools. However, there are none from the National University of Science and Technology. If you can get in, you'll be the pride of the school. Xia Jinyuan found out from Principal Chen that she had given up on the provincial number 1 middle school and chose number 1 middle school because it was closer to Fujian town and she could come back anytime on Saturday and Sunday. High school is much more important than junior high school. You should take care of your studies while training. Otherwise, if your grades drop after training, it will be as difficult as getting into a military school. This time, there was a 1-month break after leaving the mountain. He would see if he could send her directly to number 1 middle school. Xia Jinyuan made up his mind and did not stay in the no-man's land for long. After giving a few instructions, he stood up without hesitation. I'll be leaving first. Take good care of yourself for the next few days. When he stayed, Yi Qian really wanted him to leave quickly. Now that he was really leaving, she felt a little uncomfortable. She stood up quickly and turned around. She saw that his mountain-like figure had already walked to the curtain of the tent. Just as she was about to catch up, Xia Jinyuan stopped abruptly. He lifted the curtain with one hand and looked back with a deep gaze. Bon voyage, Captain Xia. All of a sudden, Yi Qian felt a little uneasy. Under his burning gaze, he said softly, return to the military depot safe and sound. Xia Jinyuan was about to take a step out of the room, but when he saw her looking at him with sparkling eyes that seemed to be filled with reluctance to part with him, his heart skipped a beat and he suddenly turned back. Yi Qian was startled by him turning around. Dai Qing furrowed her brows and looked nervously at the man who was striding back. She couldn't help but purse her lips. His gaze was too scorching, bursting with light like the sun. The heat was so great that it seemed as if the slightest bit closer would cause one to turn into ashes. This feeling made her unable to get used to it. What a sly little fox. She always took a step back just as he was about to take a step forward. When he took a step back, she would carefully take a step forward. This kind of advance and retreat was really sweet torture. Xia Jinyuan walked closer with a faint smile on his thin lips. He was so close that she could feel his breath on her jade-like face. When he saw the faint blush on her face, he smiled and sighed. Oh, you. The word you was filled with inexplicable helplessness and endless affection. His slender and strong arms gently wrapped around her shoulders and pulled her gently into his embrace. I'll be safe and sound too. You too. Rest well. You're still young. Don't think too much. Chapter 321. I wanted to leave in a more natural manner without looking back. Who knew that when I turned around, would see a little fox looking at me with teary eyes. Sigh, forget it. I'll just come back and comfort my little fox for a while. Yi Qian's body had been stiff ever since he suddenly pulled her into his arms. When she heard what he said, she immediately lifted her head and looked up. She was both angry and amused. Captain Xia, your eyesight is really bad. I just wanted to send you off to show how much you've taken care of me these past few days. Why, oh, it seems that I misunderstood again. He smiled and interrupted Yi Qian. A sweet misunderstanding. Little fox, if you really want to thank me, don't say anything in 3 seconds. His kiss fell softly along with his words, landing beside her forehead. His thin lips pressed against her skin, bringing a warmth that could make one's heart tremble. He paused for about 3 seconds before leaving. His voice was as clear as water as he smiled and said, "I'll come to pick you up soon. A kiss goodbye as a way of thanking me." Yi Qian's body became even stiffer. Even after he left, she was still stiff in the tent and didn't move for a long time. Her eyes were still wide open in shock. Obviously, she still hadn't come back to her senses. A kiss as a way of thanking him? What a twisted logic. She raised her hand and wiped her forehead. Yi Qian was once again defeated by Major Xia's shamelessness. A kiss as a way of thanking him. She didn't want to use this method of thanking him at all. Yi Qian's hand stopped on her forehead. After standing there for a while, she slowly walked out of the tent. She saw Xia Jinyuan walking far away with a few herdsmen. He wasn't wearing his combat uniform. He was still dressed in his gorgeous Tibetan clothing. When he walked with the herdsmen, he looked like a noble young master. He had an imposing appearance and his every movement was incomparably noble. She didn't see the expression on Xia Jinyuan's face when he left. His elegant and handsome face always had a faint smile like the moon. When he was chatting with the herdsman, the smile in his eyes never disappeared. His gentle and elegant expression made his features even more exquisite and handsome. His mind was filled with the image of Yi Qian's confused expression after he kissed him. Yi Qian's wet eyes were wide open, and he looked so adorable that he wanted to kiss him a few more times. Unfortunately, he could only give her a little taste. If he kissed her again, it wouldn't scare her silly. Instead, it would make her angry. This time, Xia Jinyuan was much faster than when he came. After riding out of the no-man's land, he immediately contacted the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Soon, he got into the jeep sent by the military station and rushed back to the base. On the 7th day, Yi Qian did not see him. He only saw a jeep from the military depot. The driver was a motorized soldier with 8 years of driving experience in the Tibetan region. He was a motorized soldier sent by the military station and was also the soldier that Xia Jinyuan had arranged to pick up Little Fox. Why didn't he come? Yi Qian didn't ask. If he couldn't come, he must be out on another mission. When he returned to Fujian town, there were still 3 days before the start of school. This time, he didn't go back to Yi Qian's base. The wound on his waist didn't need gauze anymore. After the military doctor from the base examined him, he smiled and said, "Captain Xia's skills are good. The stitches are done well. There will be a scar, but it's not a big problem. You don't have to worry about taking a bath. It won't affect the start of school." When Uncle Jen heard this, a smile appeared on his face. "That's good. Thank you for coming here." Chapter 322. Yi Qian hadn't returned yet, but the military doctor from the platoon had already arrived. It was as if he knew that Yi Qian would return today and had been waiting at home for a long time. When the military doctor mentioned Captain Xia, Yi Qian knew that he had specially arranged for this to happen. He wasn't there, but his presence was everywhere. "You're welcome. This is what we should do." The military doctor tidied up the simple medical kit and reminded him with a smile, "Yi Qian, don't come to the platoon for the next few days. The male soldiers in the platoon don't know how to hold back. Also, you still have a few days before school starts. Rest well at home." He looked at her and started joking again, "You've been missing for a month. The regiment commander and the political commissar have been nagging about why you haven't come to the platoon. Is it because you guys secretly roasted pheasant last time? They criticized you so harshly that you didn't dare to come over. As for me, even if I stayed in the infirmary, I was still nagged about it. The regiment commander kept nagging about me, and I really didn't dare to go. The first time I was caught secretly roasting pheasant, I was already traumatized. Yi Qian put down his t-shirt and smiled. I'll return to the platoon after the regiment commander completely forgets about this incident. Thank you for your hard work today. Everyone in the platoon knew who Yi Qian was. A little girl like her was even more hardworking than the male soldiers. Her shooting accuracy was the highest in the platoon, and she dared to compete with the elite soldiers. This little girl was born to be a soldier. Even the soldiers in the kitchen recognized her. Hearing this, the military doctor laughed and said, "I'll definitely pass on your message." "Oh, right, I almost forgot about this." As he spoke, he took out an envelope from his medical kit. "This is the pension from the military. You're the orphan of a martyr, so you'll receive a pension every year until you graduate from university. Here's $2,000. It's not a lot, but it's enough for your living expenses." When it came to money, the military doctor spoke quickly, afraid that Yi Qian would refuse. The political commissar said that if you have any objections, you can talk to him personally. Anyway, what he means is that he has fought with all kinds of soldiers for more than 10 years. He doesn't believe that he can't deal with a little girl like you. Yi Qian knew that they were doing this for her own good. She took the envelope and smiled. "Okay, I got it. I won't let the army down." What she needed was not gratitude, but hard work. Only hard work would not disappoint her. "We can all see that you are a good kid. Do your best." When the military doctor saw that she accepted it so graciously, he was even happier in his heart. The army had fought for it for her, so naturally, they hoped that she would accept it. If she rejected it, the army would probably not fight for her in the future. The little lass had always been able to differentiate clearly. It was no wonder that the commander thought highly of her. Yi Qian really needed the money. Her high school tuition and miscellaneous fees were waived, and the school gave her 100 renminbi a month for her living expenses. However, she still needed to pay for her study materials, especially since she needed to finish her high school studies within a year and a half. She needed countless materials and test papers. Don't feel burdened. This is the army's affirmation of you and their training for you. After the military doctor left, Uncle Jen looked kindly at Yi Qian, whose eyes were slightly red. "Good kid, don't treat this money as a burden. Treat it as motivation. Work hard and walk steadily step by step. This is what the commander and the political commissar expect of you." Back then, the army gave a pension to Yi Zhifan. More than 10 years have passed. No matter how much money there is, Sun Dongqing will calculate it until there's not a cent left. Moreover, she might even say that she's been paying for it. That's why I haven't mentioned it. You don't have to think about it either. Just know what you're doing. Chapter 323. Yi Qian nodded. "I'll listen to you. These aren't things I should care about. They're not worth my time. Don't worry. I know what I need." After a slight pause, she smiled. "Actually, Sun Dongqing didn't take much of the money. Most of it was given to my aunt's family by my grandpa and grandma. A few years ago, when they came back, I only mentioned the money. My aunt cried, threw a tantrum, and threatened to hang herself. She said that my niece was forcing her to her death. These things. I won't hide it from Grandpa General. I'll remember them. I won't get involved with my dad's relatives. Now that I've moved out, I don't want to have anything to do with them." Uncle Jen remembered what happened a few years ago. Yi Zhixiang, the woman from the Yi family who took away all of his sister-in-law's pension and didn't come back for a few years, sneaked back to the village on New Year's Eve. He didn't know what happened. She beat Yi Qian up and left him outside. If the village chief, Jianghu, didn't pick up Yi Qian on the way home from drinking, the girl in front of him would have been dead. That year, he was in the army for Chinese New Year. When he came back, it was already the 4th day of Chinese New Year. Yi Zhixiang's family had already left the village. Since then, he didn't go back to the army for Chinese New Year. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Girl, think about the future. Think about your future. Think about your future. Uncle Jen tapped his opium pipe on the ground. Behind the smoke, his eyes were cloudy. You live your life, and they live theirs. Let's mind our own business. Yi Qian narrowed her eyes. Her hand that was rolling the cigarette for Uncle Jen paused. Her eyes gradually darkened. She looked up and saw Uncle Jen leaning to the side and smoking. It seemed like he didn't want to talk about the Yi family. Yi Qian wanted to ask about Yi Zhixiang's family and her uncle, but she didn't know what to say. Because every time she mentioned the Yi family, Uncle Jen didn't want to talk about it. Forget it. She shouldn't think too much about the Yi family's matters. She wouldn't even ask about tuition fees or living expenses. To Yi Qian, money was not her main concern, but to Sun Dongqing, money was her life. Ever since she found out that Yi Qian had returned to the village, she had been packing her luggage at home, preparing to return to town early the next morning. Ying, quickly call your father and ask him to send a car to pick us up tomorrow. You talk to us every day about being incorruptible, but in the end, you only know how to enjoy yourself. I heard that wretched girl Yi Qian has returned to the village. I wonder if she came back to ask for tuition fees. She's born to be a debt collector. I won't give her a single cent. During this period of time, Ying was very popular in the village. As the only junior high school student in the village who was admitted into the province's #1 middle school, if it weren't for the fact that her father was the mayor and needed to maintain his integrity, he would have held a banquet. Hearing this, she looked up from her English book and said coldly, "Didn't Dad give the money to Grandpa? Now that Grandpa, Grandma, and Auntie are living in the big city, even if Yi Qian comes to ask for living expenses, just tell her that Grandpa and Grandma took the money. Wouldn't that be enough? Those two old farts are enjoying themselves outside. When did they ever come back to see you, their granddaughter? If you say that they took the money, the first one to jump at you is your father. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Ying, remember this. You can mess with anyone, but never make your grandpa and grandma angry." When Sun Dongqing mentioned her parents-in-law, even a shrewish woman like her was a bit scared. Chapter 324. Ying did not have much of an impression of her grandparents. She had only met them a few times. If they had not been brought up today, she would have forgotten that she had them. What can I do to provoke them? I'm enjoying my life with my aunt's family. In their eyes, only my aunt's son is their grandson. What am I? Provoking them? Pfft, I still want to live for a few more years. Ying recalled what had happened a few years ago. She could not help but shudder at the memory. At that time, she used to bully Yi Qian as well. However, compared to her aunt's family, it was nothing. Especially her aunt's husband. He looked like a fiend and kicked Yi Qian away as if he was an enemy. However, no one dared to step forward to stop him. Her grandparents even said, "Jinx, you're a good-for-nothing. At least you're dead." After shivering, Ying grabbed Sun Dongqing's hand and said in a low voice, "Mom, let's not provoke my aunt's family. If anything happens, let's push Yi Qian out. Do I need you to tell me that? I know what I'm doing." Sun Dongqing looked at her daughter proudly. Daughters were their parents' sweethearts. This saying was not wrong at all. If she really comes over and asks us for her living expenses, I'll just tell her that the money is for your grandparents. If she wants it, she can call them herself. Based on how much your grandparents and your aunt's family hate Yi Qian, they'll come back and beat her to death. When Ying heard this, she frowned in confusion. Hate? Why would my aunt's family hate Yi Qian? I remember when I was in the 5th grade, Yi Qian was almost beaten to death by my aunt's husband. Also, how did my aunt's husband become blind in his right eye? Why have I never heard you mention this to Dad? At this point, a trace of panic flashed across Sun Dongqing's face. She brushed her hair to cover it up and said, "You're a child. Why do you care so much? Just remember, don't provoke your aunt's family. Let those two old farts live outside. We'll be happy to have some peace and quiet." Yi Ying, on the other hand, was cautious. It seemed that things were not as simple as they seemed. Her aunt's family didn't come back for years. When she was in the 5th grade, they came back in the middle of the night. After the Lunar New Year's Eve, they left again on the first night of the Lunar New Year. Back then, he was young and didn't think much of it. Now that he thought about it, it was quite abnormal. 2 days before school reopened, Yi Zhifan drove a small sedan back to Shuku. He came back to pick up his daughter, Yi Ying. The next morning, he personally drove his daughter to the provincial high school to study. That night, Yi Zhifan reminded his daughter a lot of things. The gist of it was that she had to keep a low profile when she went to the province. She shouldn't be like the eldest daughter who didn't know how to deal with people. He had inquired about the provincial first high school. The sons and daughters of the provincial leaders were all studying there. He was just a small town mayor. If something happened, don't expect him to step in. Yi Ying wasn't scared, but Sun Dongqing was scared. She stuttered, "Why don't we not let Ying go to the provincial high school? What if they're a bunch of bullies? How can we make decisions for Ying?" At this moment, Sun Dongqing realized that studying in the provincial high school wasn't a good thing. "Mom, don't talk about making decisions for me. I know how to get along with them." Yi Ying pouted unhappily and said to Yi Zhifan, "Dad, tell me everything you know. I know whose son and daughter are." Chapter 325. More than a year had passed. Yi Qian was not the only one who had grown. Yi Ying had grown as well, and she had grown according to Yi Zhifan's arrangements. In comparison, Yi Qian was much calmer. After having dinner with Uncle Zhen, they drew many detailed pictures of famous guns from different countries under the light before climbing into bed to sleep. The next morning, Yi Qian arrived at the entrance of the village at 6 o'clock. She waited for the boys from the same village to report to No. 1 middle school. She did not ask Uncle Zhen to send her off. Instead, she woke up early and waited for them at the entrance of the village before Uncle Zhen woke up. There was still half an hour before the appointed time. Yi Qian sat by the road at the entrance of the village. She did not feel bored. She listened to the morning birds and quietly waited for the boys from the same village to arrive. The sound of a car engine came from the village. After a while, Yi Qian saw a black car coming through the mist. Yi Qian did not get up or look at it. She sat there leisurely. In the car, Sun Dongqing sat in the passenger seat inside. "This car is so nice. When Ying is on vacation, we'll drive this car to pick her up. It's comfortable and we don't have to squeeze into the train. Zhifan, remember this. We'll use this car to pick Ying up every month." "Mom, this is a government car. Do you really think it's our family's car?" Yi Ying sat alone in the back. It was spacious and very comfortable. She put down the car window and the morning breeze blew in with the mist. It was indeed much more comfortable than squeezing into the train. Yi Zhifan looked at Yi Ying from the rearview mirror and praised her. "Ying, you've grown up. Remember what Dad said. When you get to No. 1 middle school, you need to have your own circle. No matter what other people's identities are, you're all students. This identity is your biggest advantage. You don't have to suck up to them. You have to think of a way to make them want to stay away from you. Remember the names Dad told you last night. They're all bad students. They all got in because of their family's connections. You, on the other hand, are a top student. If you want to get along well with them, you have to start with your studies. Is there a need?" Yi Zhifan, who was preaching attentively, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Yi Ying, who was listening attentively, was caught off guard. Her whole body slammed into the back of the seat. Sun Dongqing, who was also caught off guard, was also thrown forward by the inertia of the brakes, and then fell back heavily. She was shocked and hurriedly said, "What are you doing? Why did you stop?" As they spoke, they stopped as well. The couple looked at the figure sitting on a rock at the entrance of the village about a meter away from the car. Sun Dongqing had already unbuckled her seatbelt. She pushed open the car door and rushed over aggressively. "Hey, you wretched girl. No wonder he didn't see anyone when he came back. He must have planned to get stuck in a traffic jam early in the morning. Let me tell you, there's no way." When the car stopped abruptly, Yi Qian naturally saw who was driving. When Sun Dongqing rushed over, she also got up from the rock. Yi Qian looked coldly at Sun Dongqing, who had nothing good to say. She lowered her eyebrows slightly and looked down at her. "The road is so wide. Just drive your car. What does it have to do with me if you stop? Auntie Sun, don't ask for trouble in front of me, okay?" At this moment, Sun Dongqing realized that Yi Qian, who had been calling her a wretched girl, had grown a lot taller after not seeing her for a summer break. She was now half a fist taller than her precious daughter. Yi Zhifan also got out of the car, followed by Yi Ying, who appeared victorious. Chapter 326. The father and daughter walked over together. Yi Ying was the first to speak with a smile, "So it's sister. Why are you sitting here so early in the morning waiting for us?" "Mom, it's rare to see sister. Just give her something. 2 days ago, a beggar came to our house asking for rice and you gave him 50 cents out of kindness. You can't be too stingy with sister. Just give her 1 yuan. She was treating Yi Qian as a beggar who was easy to get rid of. Yi Qian glanced at Yi Ying, who was acting all high and mighty in front of him. He sneered and said indifferently, "You've done too many bad things. Even if you occasionally show kindness and accumulate some virtue, it's useless. Am I right, Mayor Yi? You damned girl, I." Sun Dongqing could tell that he was mocking her. She was instantly enraged and raised her hand to slap Yi Qian's face. She had just raised her hand when Yi Zhifan fiercely pressed it down. She heard him say in a low voice, "You've suffered so much at her hands. You still dare to mess around." Sun Dongqing suddenly remembered what had happened in the past. She immediately withdrew her hand from Yi Qian's hand. However, she was unwilling to give up and scolded, "I'm her aunt. I'm still her aunt. What, can't I teach a disobedient thing a lesson? Your daughter is here. You can teach her a lesson however you want. Also, Auntie Sun, don't try to claim kinship here. The next time you dare to reach out, you can see who's more powerful." Facing Yi Zhifan's family, Yi Qian would never be soft-hearted. He glanced at them coldly and stopped at Yi Ying. He said slowly with a faint smile, "You can see who's the one who's going to be taught a lesson." These words were full of threat. Yi Ying, who had a smug smile on her face, suddenly shivered. She asked in shock, "What do you want to do?" "What I want to do depends on what Auntie Sun wants to do." Yi Qian smiled coldly and looked at Sun Dongqing, who was scared by his words and didn't dare to speak. The coldness in her eyes was like 1,000 feet of snow, and only a frightening chill could be seen. Not to mention Sun Dongqing, even Yi Zhifan couldn't help but shiver. Frowning, Yi Zhifan said with a gloomy face, "Breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. Yi Qian, don't go overboard." "Am I going overboard? Mayor Yi, since you've received benefits from me, you'd better behave yourself. The reason why I don't want to settle accounts with you is not because I'm afraid of you, but... Mayor Yi, you're so smart, so you should know what I mean." Her words made Yi Zhifan's heart skip a beat. He suddenly remembered that his niece had a monstrous memory. He had originally wanted to suppress her with a few words, but now he gave up. When Ying heard that her parents had been forced into silence by Yi Qian's words, she gritted her teeth and said scornfully, "What are you so proud of? Just you wait, Yi Qian. I will make you inferior to me for the rest of your life. Let's wait and see." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. He had an indescribable wildness. "I'll wait for you for the rest of my life. Yi Ying, I've told you to wait. Just wait for me for the rest of your life. Someone who can't even get into the provincial first high school dares to compete with me. Ha, you overestimate yourself." When Yi Ying heard this, it was as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. She giggled, "You've been inferior to me since the beginning, and now you want to compete with me? Dream on." Hearing this, Yi Zhifan saw Yi Qian's smile gradually deepen, as if there was an indescribable meaning behind it. He didn't stop him, and his eyebrows furrowed slightly. He then heard Yi Qian say calmly, "The school that you treat like a treasure is a school that I can do without. With it, it won't be the icing on the cake. Without it, I will still be me." Chapter 327. Yi Ying, you're still as ridiculous as ever. You've wasted Mayor Ye's painstaking efforts on you. After Yi Qian finished speaking, Yi Zhifan finally realized why her smile was so deep. To his daughter, the provincial first high school was a treasure, but to Yi Qian, it was a worthless place. This was the difference, the biggest difference. She could easily get it, but she could also easily give it up. But his daughter, Yi Ying, couldn't, because the provincial first high school was her goal. Yi Ying also reacted. Her delicate face instantly twisted, and she screamed, "Yi Qian, don't even think about surpassing me. Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Hurry up and take her to the car." Yi Zhifan clenched his jaw. He looked at Yi Qian's calm expression, then looked at his daughter's hysterical expression. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. After Sun Dongqing dragged Yi Ying into the car, the scheming Yi Zhifan sneered, "Yi Qian, you're still too inexperienced. If you want to compete with Yi Ying, you'll have to see if I agree." He originally wanted to threaten Yi Qian, but who knew that when he turned to get into the car, he heard a voice behind him that was deeper and colder than his own, with a hint of murderous intent, "Behave yourself, Mayor Yi. Don't provoke me." The voice was cold and murderous, instantly making Yi Zhifan's footsteps quicken. He turned his head and stared at the little girl who repeatedly threatened him, the mayor of a town. He saw that the smile on her face was still as calm as ever, and her posture was straight. She was clearly still a child, but she had an aura that made him tremble in fear. And her eyes were dark and cold. She wasn't joking. She was seriously warning him not to provoke her. On the way to the car, the gloomy Yi Zhifan's mind was still filled with this meaningful sentence. It was filled with a threat that only he could understand. She must know something. He turned his head and looked at his daughter, whose face was full of unwillingness, and said in a low voice, "Ying, remember. You must keep that jade pendant well. Don't take it out for others to see." Sun Dongqing, who had always been taken advantage of by Yi Qian, got into the car with a straight face. At this moment, she was about to vent her anger on her husband. "You gave me a fake, Mom, can you keep your mouth shut?" Yi Ying, who was being dragged into the car, shouted, "If you didn't get out of the car, I would have been humiliated by Yi Qian, right? You don't have a brain, don't implicate me and me." Yi Zhifan, who was driving, was livid. It was not because of Sun Dongqing, but because of Yi Ying. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and shouted, "Yi Ying, who gave you the guts to scold your own mother?" Yi, yes Yi, Ying, Yi, and Ying, and Ying. Yi Qian's mood was not affected at all. The boys from the same village arrived at 6:30 sharp. Compared to the boys' excitement, Yi Qian was much calmer. When the car drove onto the winding mountain road, Yi Qian's line of sight towards the village suddenly froze. She saw Uncle Zhen standing at the entrance of the village where the children often played, waving his hand. Yi Qian's tears flowed down her face. She stretched her hand out of the car window and waved at Uncle General even though she knew that he was too far away to hear. Yi Qian still shouted, "Go back quickly, I'll come back to see you soon." Chapter 328. Number 1 Middle School was the best middle school in Anyang City. It was divided into junior high school and senior high school. For the people of Anyang City, being admitted to number 1 middle school senior high school was equivalent to being admitted to one of the top universities in the country. In addition, 6 students from number 1 middle school had been admitted to Hua University and Shi University, which made the school even more famous. It was also because of this that number 1 middle school's enrollment this year was so strict that it was almost harsh. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, many students who were originally studying at number 1 middle school did not get admitted to number 1 middle school. And those who did get admitted had to retake the exam and be assigned to different classes based on their grades. Yi Qian had been in the Tibetan area all this time, so he had no idea that number 1 middle school had caused a big commotion recently. Parents whose children were studying at number 1 middle school's junior high school but did not get admitted to number 1 middle school senior high school all gathered at the school gate on the first day of school. They held up red banners to protest the unfairness of this enrollment. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? Our children are studying at number 1 middle school, but they are not allowed to go to high school. Protest, protest. Protest against the school's completely inhumane enrollment. Being assigned to different classes based on grades is clearly harming the students. All of us parents are protesting. These parents were not the only ones causing trouble at the gate of number 1 middle school. Some people who wanted to stir up trouble also joined in. Someone threw an egg at the school sign of number 1 middle school, and then the whole school gate became even more chaotic. As long as someone had something in their hands, they threw it at the school to show the unfair treatment of their children. Before Yi Qian and the boys from the same village could enter the school gate, the bus that was supposed to stop at number 1 middle school was stopped by the police. A policeman wearing a light green 95 police uniform walked up and glanced at Yi Qian. "Student, your parents didn't send you to school?" The boys from the same village had never dealt with the police before, but they had grown up in a village with an army, so they had some guts. Hearing this, he walked over and shielded Yi Qian behind him. He was a little scared, but he maintained his composure. His voice was a little tense as he replied, "No, both of us came here by ourselves. We didn't have any parents accompanying us. We are students from the town. We don't have an adult to send us off." When Yi Qian saw this, he gently patted the boy's tense shoulders and said with a smile, "Did something happen at school?" "I think," she pointed outside the bus. "These students didn't go to school. They're all standing outside. Something must have happened at school." What could possibly happen at school? In 1996, other than the return of Hong Kong, there didn't seem to be any major events that happened. However, the internet was still not developed in 1996. If something big really happened, it was normal for her not to know. Usually, it was the parents who asked if something had happened at school. Now that a student took the initiative to ask him, the policeman who stopped the car smiled and said, "You're quite smart. No wonder you could get into number 1 middle school." As he said this, the policeman looked at Yi Qian. Why did he look a little familiar? Where did he see him? A criminal? Definitely not. But he did look familiar. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. "Come on, student. Get off the bus with him. Remember to take your luggage." The policeman had an occupational disease and did not intend to let Yi Qian get off the bus just like that. Instead, he motioned for her and the boys from the same village to get off the bus with him. Chapter 329. The boy from the same village had the surname Zhang, and his name was Jingyi. Shuku village was a village with the surname Zhang, so there were quite a lot of people with the surname Zhang. When he saw that he still had to follow the police, he was still a high school student. No matter how brave he was still a young high school student. When he heard this, his legs went weak. Why do I have to get off the bus with you? He was stuttering a little. When Yi Qian saw this, he turned around and smiled at him. You're still a student. Nothing bad has happened. What are you afraid of? Something must have happened at the school. They're here to protect the students and their parents. Girls are more meticulous than boys. Your classmate is right. Hurry up and get off the bus. Don't waste the bus driver's time. When the police heard this, they turned around and smiled. It has nothing to do with you students. Get off the bus. It has nothing to do with the students? Could it be the school and their parents? Yi Qian's gaze froze for a moment. Encountering such a situation at the beginning of school was indeed not something to be happy about. After getting off the bus, Yi Qian and Zhang Jingyi went straight to a convenience store on the road. The store was supposed to be a grocery store, but the police had temporarily recruited them to be on duty. There was also a group of students and parents outside the convenience store. The police walked quickly through the crowd and entered the convenience store. They lowered their heads and said a few words to their colleagues on duty. When they came out again, they waved at Yi Qian, who had not yet entered. Come, come, come. The sun is bright outside. Come here and enjoy the fan. Also, the two of you, pass the admission notice to Teacher Fu. Let him help you with the registration procedures. It turned out that the school could not handle the normal admission procedures. In order not to delay the start of school, the registration could only be done by 2 police officers and a school teacher outside. This was one of the registration points. There were 2 more registration points outside. The parents were causing trouble at the school entrance, but the school's normal admission procedures were still carried out. It was not much of an impact. Yi Qian took out the notice from his bag and handed it over. The policeman took the notice and opened it to take a look. His gaze immediately fell on the name Yi Qian. He then looked up and passed the notice back to Teacher Fu. You don't have any students with the same name, right? Yi Qian, this girl is here to report. Although they were communicating in a low voice, Yi Qian had undergone hellish training after all. For someone like Yi Qian, who was close to the level of a world-class sniper, even the slightest movement could not escape her eyes and ears. Not to mention, the teacher and the police were talking right under his nose. How could he not hear them clearly? I'm Yi Qian, Teacher Fu. Is there a problem? The indifferent Yi Qian smiled and asked politely, I'm reporting according to the date on the notice. I've already prepared all the other materials for the report. She did not want to ask too much, but she remembered Yi Zhifan's harsh words early in the morning. Yi Qian, you're still too inexperienced. If you want to compete with Yi Ying, you'll have to see if I agree or not. These words clearly showed that he did not want her to have an easy time at number 1 middle school. Now that she asked one more question, if she could find out something, she might as well not go to number 1 middle school. Teacher Fu looked at Yi Qian. Her expression was slightly dark and unclear. She stood up with the authority of a teacher and said, Go and sit on the side. I'll call the school management. The change in her expression was only a matter of a few breaths, but it made Yi Qian's eyes darken instantly. Based on the current situation, there was an 80% chance that he did something. Chapter 330. Especially when Teacher Fu took away her acceptance letter, Yi Qian instinctively took a few steps forward and blocked Teacher Fu's way with a smile. Teacher, you should pass me the acceptance letter. You can help me with the process after you finish your call. Zhang Jingyi was dumbfounded. Yi Qian had guts. She was really brave. She even dared to block the way of a teacher. Yi Qian, you. He didn't know what to say. He only felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, so he subconsciously called out. Then he went silent. The students and parents outside didn't notice anything strange. They were still squeezing in front of other teachers to complete the process. The police officer who brought Yi Qian in was also a little confused, but he knew the importance of an acceptance letter to a student. He smiled and said, "Teacher Fu, go ahead. I'll take the acceptance letter and let my colleague register it." "No, you don't have to register it for now. Wait for me to call back." Teacher Fu probably didn't expect a student to dare to block a teacher. After the initial shock, she panicked a little when a police officer joined in. She stuffed the acceptance letter into Yi Qian's hands and hurriedly said, "Wait here." Holding the crumpled acceptance letter in her hand, Yi Qian sighed softly in her heart. It seemed like there were some things that she couldn't decide. Yi Jifan's ability had once again exceeded her expectations. He was actually able to extend his hand into the city. In her previous life, Yi Jifan was a successful government official. He was promoted to the position of deputy governor. If he wasn't capable, how could he become the deputy governor of a province? Moreover, Grandpa Zhen repeatedly reminded her not to go against Yi Jifan. She only needed to give him a proper warning. It was clear that Grandpa Zhen also knew about Yi Jifan's ability. If you don't listen to your elders, you will suffer. Yi Qian was glad that she hadn't fallen out with Yi Jifan to the point where they would be at each other's throats when they met. Number 1 Middle School. She definitely couldn't stay. "Zhang Jingyi, you go ahead and register first. We were so focused on rushing to school that we didn't even call home. I'll go out and make a call first." After Yi Qian made up his mind, he completely gave up on the idea of studying at number 1 Middle School. He then said to the policeman, who was still confused, "Hello, I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later." Although the police officers didn't understand what was going on, they had a vague feeling that something was wrong. They didn't stop Yi Qian. After he left, they asked their colleague who was in charge of registration, "What happened?" "I'm not sure. A person who looked like the head of the school came over at around 9 o'clock. He said that if he saw a new student named Yi Qian registering, he told us not to worry. He said that there were some problems with her exam." The police officer in charge of the registration didn't know what happened either. He shook his head and said, "The school's matters are not something we can figure out. Everyone had their own duties. If it weren't for the parents protesting against the school today, these civilian police officers wouldn't have been able to register the students for the school." The police officer who brought Yi Qian over frowned. "There's such a thing? How could they send the notice if there were problems with the exam?" "Hey, don't you think that girl just now looked a little familiar? She's the girl that Sister Zhang mentioned before. She's very good. She represented the country in the Australian Mathematical Olympiad. She's the only Chinese student, Yi Qian. Of course you'd recognize her. We've all seen her in the newspapers. She's quite a good student. How could she have problems with the exam?" Chapter 331. While the two policemen were discussing in low voices, Yi Qian ran to a supermarket in front of them and called Principal Chen. "Uncle Chen, I'm afraid I won't be able to study at number 1 Middle School. Yi Jifan has reached out to number 1 Middle School, and there's a problem with the registration process. Tell me more details." Today was also the first day of school in Fujian town, so Principal Chen was very busy. However, when he received Yi Qian's call, his expression turned cold, and he put all his work aside. "Don't worry, tell me slowly." Yi Qian told him about his temporary guesses one by one. He chuckled and said, "No wonder Yi Jifan said those harsh words to me this morning, saying that I can't compare to Yi Ying. It turns out that he's been waiting for me for a long time." Since he had frequent contacts with the city's leaders, it was indeed possible for him to reach out and tamper with her enrollment. His hands are indeed long. "Girl, you should continue with the registration process and find out what's going on and what they're trying to do. Also, I'll call the leaders of number 1 Middle School and report your enrollment first." Principal Chen still didn't know that Yi Qian wasn't even considering number 1 Middle School. As he spoke, he took out his phone book and looked for the leaders of No. 1 middle school. Yi Qian pondered for a moment, then pursed his lips and said, "Uncle Chen, since Yi Zhifan is forcing me to not be able to study peacefully, I don't plan on letting Yi Ying be peacefully anymore. Don't call the leaders of No. 1 middle school. If they've tacitly agreed to this, then it's useless even if you call them." "Are you sure?" Principal Chen had always respected Yi Qian's decisions. He said in a low voice, "If you miss this registration, you might not even have the chance to attend high school this year." Her words were meant to remind Yi Qian to reconsider, but who knew that when Yi Qian, who was frowning slightly, heard her words, a light flashed across his eyes. His dark eyes suddenly shone like stars. "If I don't study this year, next year, I'll retake the exam and directly enter year 2. What do you think?" There was silence on the other end of the line. After at least 3 minutes of silence, Principal Chen laughed out loud. "Little Jian, do you know what you look like? In the northern underworld, there is a fish named Kun. The Kun was so huge that no one knew how many thousands of miles it was. It transformed into a bird, and its name was Peng. The rock's back was thousands of miles long. It flew in anger, and its wings were like the clouds in the sky. You, are this Kun. In the future, you will be the Peng that hits 3,000 miles in the water, and flies 90,000 miles in the air. I don't have any objections. As long as you think you have the ability to train while completing high school, I don't have any objections even if you take 2 years off from school." His deep, powerful, and kind laughter rang out. Yi Qian also laughed along. With the support of an elder, she had the right to be willful. After laughing, Yi Qian's expression gradually became more serious. Although her clear voice was soft, it was sonorous and powerful. "In 1 year, I won't be worse than them. I definitely won't." Taking a year off from school was indeed not a difficult thing for her. "Don't call first. Wait for me to confirm things on my end, then I'll come back and tell you. In any case, I have to let some people know that the things they do are not a threat to me at all." With someone supporting her, Yi Qian's voice became lighter. "If they want to control me academically, they can dream on." By they, she was naturally referring to Yi Zhifan. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qian returned to the small store. At this time, she saw a middle-aged man wearing a shirt, a bow tie, and a pair of glasses. He looked like a school leader standing under the shade of a tree and looking around. Chapter 332. After Yi Jian glanced at him, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. This was the vice principal of No. 1 middle school. She had seen him in the photo before and recognized him at first glance. Even the vice principal was here. Her application was quite interesting. Yi Qian was not in a hurry, so she did not push her way in. Instead, she waited in line for the parents and students in front of her to register first. What was the hurry? Zhang Jingyi, who had finished the registration, came out and saw Yi Qian still in line. He was sweating profusely as he pulled her out. "Yi Qian, why are you still waiting in line? Hurry up and go. I saw the vice principal. He's waiting for you." Then he said enviously, "You're still the best. It's good that your grades are good. Even the vice principal is here. Don't be envious. My instincts tell me that my application today is not going to go well." Yi Qian handed her luggage to Zhang Jingyi. "Help me look after this. Go rest under the tree. I'll be out soon." It was better not to let him know about her relationship with the school. It was not a good thing anyway. Why should she ruin his impression of the school? Zhang Jingyi thought she was joking. He took her luggage and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you outside. The application is quick. All you have to do is hand in your acceptance letter, your photo, and fill in the application form. It'll take a few minutes." It might take a few minutes for others, but not for Yi Qian. After she sat down, Teacher Fu immediately stood up and asked the vice principal, who was also sweating profusely, to sit down. She even gestured for Yi Qian to take out her acceptance letter. Take out your acceptance letter. The vice principal will speak to you personally. For the vice principal to speak to you personally, it meant that you should feel honored. In front of the school teachers, Yi Jian had always been a well-behaved student. Hearing this, she took the notice without hesitation and maintained the courtesy of a student to a teacher. She first greeted the teacher and then said, "Principal, if you have anything to say, you can tell me directly. I came alone without my parents. It's like this." The vice principal cleared his throat and looked at Yi Qian sternly. "After we sent out your acceptance letter, the school received a call reporting that you helped someone cheat in the exam. Student Yi Qian, your actions have already seriously violated the code of conduct that a student should have. Through our investigation, combined with the descriptions of several students who were around your seat at the time, we can completely confirm that you have indeed violated the exam rules. However, due to your excellent grades and the fact that you have won a gold medal in the World Mathematical Olympiad, our school has decided to make an exception and admit you." However, the vice principal's voice was as serious as that of a judge in a courtroom. His one word could decide Yi Qian's life and death. He paused intentionally, but when he saw that the student sitting opposite him had no change in expression and even had a slight smile on his face, the vice principal's intentional pause became somewhat awkward. What were students most afraid of hearing? The number one thing was cheating in exams. That was even more frightening than skipping class. Therefore, when he said this, Yi Qian should have been afraid and should have been quite anxious. After all, this had to do with whether or not he could enter high school. However, Yi Qian did not panic and even smiled. This was not something the vice principal could accept. Chapter 333. What? Do you think I'm joking? The vice principal tapped his clenched fist on the table. His expression was solemn as he rebuked, "This is not a joke. If it weren't for your good grades, the school would have taken back this admission letter. And your grades would be nullified." Yi Qian was unmoved, but the parents lining up behind him were shocked. What was going on? Good grades. How could they be nullified? Copied? Discussions broke out as they looked at Yi Qian inquisitively. Some people began to point at him and even stopped the registration process. But this was not the result the vice principal wanted. He didn't want to scare the other students or parents. He wanted to scare Yi Qian. "This is not a joke, Yi Qian. We know that your grades are good, but your actions have discounted them. After discussion with the school, we have decided to be lenient with you." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. She didn't say a word and looked much calmer than the vice principal. At the very least, in the eyes of the police officers who were helping with the registration process, this girl had a faint smile on her face. She was even calmer than a leader. The vice principal felt his back drenched in sweat after hearing her raise her eyebrows. He wanted to drink some water to moisten his throat, but his hands grabbed empty air. This was not his office. Naturally, there was no cup of water on his desk. Yi Qian, who hadn't said much the entire time, chuckled softly when he saw this. Finally, he showed mercy and said, "So, what's the result?" As if a noble had opened his mouth, the vice principal let out a sigh of relief and immediately said, "The result is that you will still be accepted by our school, but you will only be an auditing student. The preferential treatment that the school gave you will also be nullified." So this was the result of the punishment. It did sound very lenient. The expressions of the police officers changed slightly. This sounded like preferential treatment, but in reality, it was too unfair. The status of an auditing student would make the student unable to raise his head in front of his classmates. The school's method of punishment was worse than directly rejecting the student. Their gazes fell on Yi Qian. Now it was up to this student to see what he thought. If he wanted to stay and study, he could only accept it. After the vice principal finished speaking, a confident smile appeared on his face. For a student, he had no choice but to accept such a method. Not only would the school not lose an outstanding student, but it would also give the leaders an explanation. It was the best of both worlds. When the parents and students who were listening in from behind heard this, their faces immediately showed expressions of disdain. It was disdain for Yi Qian. His ancestors must have done a lot of good deeds to be able to become an auditing student at No. 1 middle school with his good grades. Countless people outside wanted to enter No. 1 middle school, but they couldn't. Everyone had calculated everything well, but they had overlooked Yi Qian. Would she accept it? Oh, so that's how to deal with it. Yi Qian smiled slightly and stood up. Then he lowered his eyes and looked down at the vice principal like a high and mighty god. He said slowly, "The way to deal with it sounds pretty good. At least I can still study at No. 1 middle school." The vice principal thought that she had agreed. When he heard this, he immediately said, "That's right. This is the biggest exception that the school can make for you. You have to cherish this rare learning opportunity. In the future." Chapter 334. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw that the notice that was supposed to be on the table was already in Yi Qian's hand. With a tearing sound, the notice that represented a student was allowed to enter the school was directly torn into two halves by Yi Qian. "What should I do? Do you think this method is helping me?" "Unfortunately. I'm sorry, Vice Principal, I'm not interested anymore." Amidst the gasps behind her, Yi Qian smiled brightly. Her dark eyes were filled with disdain. She used her actions to reject this so-called generosity. "I'm not interested in No. 1 middle school. I can even reject the capital's experimental No. 1 middle school and the provincial No. 1 middle school, let alone a small No. 1 middle school. Don't be angry. I'm a talent. Isn't it a little arrogant? I've always been humble. Today, I'm being arrogant. It feels pretty good." The notice wasn't just torn in half. Under the vice principal's wide eyes and everyone else's incredulous gaze, Yi Qian tore the notice to the point that it couldn't even be pieced back together. With a light wave of her hand, the notice turned into a paper butterfly. With a blow from the fan, it scattered everywhere. She giggled and said, "I'm not coming to school anymore. As for the books, I'm not going to study anymore. Don't be surprised. I'm definitely not an impulsive person. Don't be angry. Although I'm a student, I've always made my own decisions. Don't glare at me. If the school can frame a student like this, I really don't want to study anymore." After the notice was torn and blown by the fan, the parents and students were dumbfounded. This was too much. Why was this child so impulsive? Aya, you're too impulsive. Everything was fine, where are your parents? Quick, get them here. You've already been admitted. If the school wants to talk to you, you should get your parents here. How can you tear the notice yourself? Vice Principal, shouldn't you discuss this with the students' parents? How can you tell a child directly? Once the notice was torn, the parents' reactions weren't normal. Thinking of their own children, the parents were worried. If something happened to their children and the school didn't look for the parents, then wouldn't it be a mess? The vice principal didn't know that Yi Qian had such a trick up her sleeve. No one expected this. At this moment, it wasn't the school forcing Yi Qian, but Yi Qian forcing the school. Yi Qian didn't care so much. She smiled and said calmly in the midst of the discussion, "In the exam, they said that I was copied by other students. Vice Principal, why don't you call all the students around me to come here? Zhou Yong, Lu Yang, Dying, and Jiao of Dying. And Dying Middle School. And Jiao. And Jiao was taking a math exam at 11:13 in the morning. She did hint at me to copy her answers, but the invigilator soon found out and warned me at 11:15. That teacher is Mr. Song from Chengtang Middle School. Other than that, no other students have asked me. Because we've checked their answers before, it's a piece of cake for them to get into number 1 middle school. If I'm not wrong, they'll definitely come to school today. Why don't we confront them? She was truly amazing. She remembered everything so clearly. She could even remember the time and names of the people. No matter how one looked at it, she seemed to have come prepared. Chapter 335. The vice principal, who had finally stopped sweating, was now sweating profusely. Seeing that Yi Qian still dared to force him, he slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "How dare you? Do you still want to study?" "Yes, of course I do." In the face of the angry vice principal, Yi Qian's smile was still so indifferent. When she answered, "Yes," the vice principal snorted and pointed at the torn letter. He said angrily, "You want to do it? You still know how to think? Look at what you've done." "I do want to study, but even if I do, I definitely won't study at your school." Yi Qian was not in a hurry. She spoke slowly and with a smile on her face. She replied slowly, "So, I really don't plan to study. I'm really sorry to trouble you to come here personally. I don't need the school to make things so difficult for me. I won't study, and I won't enter the school. Everyone will be happy." After saying that, Yi Qian winked playfully at the vice principal. She turned around and left the vice principal's line of sight in a path that automatically opened up for her. This outcome was really something that no one could have expected. By the time the vice principal, whose face had turned the color of pig liver, chased after her, Yi Qian had already disappeared. As for the people behind him, he received the adoration of Yi Qian from the students. What a character! She tore the notice and didn't want to study in high school. How could she be so cool? So unique. If it were them, no one would dare. It's that girl who won the gold medal in Australia. Oh my God, so awesome. So awesome. No wonder, with her results, only she has the right to choose the school. If I were that good, I could also say something so unique like, "I won't study." But I didn't. I tried so hard to get into number 1 middle school. She even rejected the provincial number 1 middle school and the capital's number 1 middle school. The vice principal, who had not left yet, almost vomited blood when he heard this. A student tore the notice and even said she didn't want to study in front of him. How was he going to explain it when he got back? "Principal, this is a little troublesome. Yi Qian directly tore up our school's acceptance letter and directly said in front of the students and parents that she didn't want to study." Standing under the scorching sun, the sweaty vice principal immediately called the principal, who was in a discussion with the city leaders. "This matter is completely out of our school's expectations. What do you think we should do?" The principal of number 1 middle school was already very busy at this time. When he heard this, his head hurt even more. Why doesn't this child listen to the teacher? So what if she became an auditing student? She could enjoy all the educational resources that the school should have. "I'm still in a meeting here. When I'm done, I'll come and persuade her personally. Tell her first that the school has its own difficulties. We can only try our best to fight for her." The principal of number 1 middle school was also helpless. Of course, he wanted to keep a good student, but the higher-ups had secretly given the order. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only do this. The main point was, he was the one who got the auditing student. The vice principal's expression became even uglier. She left. When I chased after her, she was already gone. Yi Qian, who had made up her mind to leave, of course would not let the vice principal find her. She found Zhang Jingyi and said to him in a carefree manner, "I'm sorry. I can't stay with you in number 1 middle school for the 3rd year of high school. I'm going to take a break from school. Study hard, Zhang Jingyi. I have faith in you. All the best." Chapter 336. The boy from the same village, Zhang Jingyi, who was standing outside, did not know what had happened. He saw Yi Jian carrying her luggage as if she was stepping on hot wheels and directly jumping onto a bus that was going somewhere. Goodbye. She was not afraid of not studying. She was afraid that she would be in trouble if the vice principal caught up with her if she did not walk faster. Yi Jifan, oh Yi Jifan, I will grant you your wish this year. She did not want to study in high school for 3 years. Yi Qian had never wanted to be too far away from Principal Chen and Uncle General. She had enough excuses to take a year off from school. That night, she happily returned to Fujian town. She did not know that she had once again become the biggest news in the city. She tore up the notice in front of so many classmates and announced that she was not going to study anymore. She had to have the right to be arrogant. Coincidentally, Yi Qian had the right to be arrogant again. In an instant, the entire Anyang city was in an uproar because of Yi Qian. Number 1 Middle School, which was already at the center of the storm, was once again suppressed by public opinion. When Secretary Wu found out about this, he smashed 3 cups and even broke a chair in his office. Corruption. Corruption. Bureaucrats. Bureaucrats. Incurable. Incurable. All their efforts were in vain. It was a huge setback to the education system in the city. It was no wonder that Secretary Wu was angry. Principal Chen took Secretary Wu's call and said, "Secretary Wu, I was worried that the child would be ruined if she went to school. I am relieved that she did not. This girl is smart. If she does not go to school this year, then so be it. It will be the same next year." There was an arrogant Yi Qian. She had to have a family behind her to support her. Secretary Wu had nothing else to say. He sighed and said, "It was my fault. I almost caused Yi Qian to fail. There was no mistake." At least, Yi Qian was happy to take a leave of absence, so it was not considered a mistake. Secretary Wu was not the only one who called. The next day, Principal Chen received a call from Principal Chao of Provincial First High School. The moment he opened his mouth, the principal questioned, "Old Chen, what the hell is going on? Did number 1 Middle School have an explanation? He even forced a good student to drop out of school?" He tore up the notice on the spot. There must be an explanation for this. Their Provincial First High School had gritted their teeth and swallowed their blood to let go of a good seedling. Who would have thought that the school that had accepted her didn't cherish her and actually forced her to drop out? Get Yi Qian to report to the Provincial First High School in the next 2 days. Our school's doors will be open to her unconditionally. Principal Chao had seen Yi Qian's abilities with his own eyes. He had even personally sent her to Beijing before going overseas to participate in the competition. He had 100% confidence in Yi Qian's character. He firmly believed that Yi Qian was worth waiting for. When Principal Chen heard this, his eyes were full of smiles. He said in a clear voice, "Old Chao, I'll stop here. Thank you very much. As for where this child will study next year, we haven't decided yet. To tell you the truth, this summer, Yi Qian went through all the high school textbooks. I also gave her a test. A typical key university won't be a problem for her. So, it's not a big deal for her to take a leave of absence for a year. I'll thank you on behalf of that child." After listening for a while, Principal Chao asked tentatively, "So, Yi Qian wanted to take a leave of her own accord?" "You guessed right. I just found out that this child doesn't want to study for 3 years in high school. She thinks it's a waste of her time. As for me, I support her." Principal Chen did not hide anything and chatted with Principal Chao with a smile on his face. After hanging up the phone, Principal Chao leisurely took a sip of herbal tea. TSK, TSK, TSK. On such a hot day, a sip of herbal tea is really cooling and comfortable. Chapter 337. There was a call from the provincial government, followed by a call from Dean Li in Beijing. Like Principal Chao, they hoped that Yi Qian could report to their school within the next 2 days. The examinee's file had to be entered into the education system as soon as possible. Once the time limit was over, it could not be submitted again. Principal Chen's answer was still, let Yi Qian take a year off from school. If there was anything else, they could talk about it next year. Who was the happiest about this? Naturally, it was Yi Zhifan's family. Yi Zhifan, who was still handling the admission procedures at the provincial first school, received the call. He suppressed his happiness as he bought daily necessities for Yi Ying. Instead, he said sadly, this child. Hey. I just wanted her to admit her mistake. Who knew that she would be so rebellious and disrespectful to the teachers? She even dared to tear up the notice. This matter has nothing to do with you. I will definitely apologize to you when I get back. It's really... Hey, I didn't think that she would be so presumptuous. He sighed and apologized, as if he was really heartbroken. After the call ended, Yi Zhifan laughed heartily as he paid the bill. This little girl dared to compete with him. This time she will remember. Yi Ying still could not believe it. Dad, you... Are you sure she really tore up the notice? Really? Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? Yi Zhifan placed the toothpaste and toothbrush on the table and said to his overjoyed daughter, Ying, Yi Qian was never your opponent. You don't have to treat her as your opponent. Do you see that? I usually don't do anything. Once I do, I will directly destroy her future. Remember, Ying, if you don't do anything, you must plan. If you plan before you act, that is the best plan. You were the only one who suffered losses in the past. His words were much more profound than Sun Dongqing's. It also made Yi Ying more convinced. Yi Ying was so happy that her entire face was flushed red. She said excitedly, I know. I will listen to you, Dad. Yi Qian, what right do you have to fight with me? What right do you have? I am now studying at the provincial first school, and you can only quit school. You want me to wait? Fine, I'll wait. I'm waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. I'm waiting to see you live a life worse than a pig or a dog. His smile was not only sinister, but also ferocious. It was as if she could already see Yi Qian's miserable days in the future. She would be the king, and Yi Qian would be her slave. Work hard, Ying. Dad can help you now, but you have to rely on yourself in the future. Yi Qian is no longer a threat. She didn't even study in high school. No matter how good she is, she can only live at the bottom of society. Yi Zhifan constantly reminded Yi Ying that she needed to use her own means to get the life she wanted. Don't always think about Yi Qian. You need to become someone that she can never match up to. When she thought about how Yi Qian would never be as good as herself, Yi Ying felt that the haze from before was swept away. She hugged Yi Zhifan's arm and said coquettishly, Dad, I know. Don't worry. I used to throw tantrums because of Yi Qian, but I won't anymore. She was already inferior to me, and she will still be inferior to me in the future. I will work hard for you. I definitely will. Sun Dongqing, who was hanging the clothes outside, didn't know about this. When she found out that they had returned to Fujian town, Yi Zhifan told her. She knew, and not long after, the villagers of Shuku village found out. They all felt sorry for Yi Qian. He was such a good child, and he had a bright future, but he ruined himself. Chapter 338. 2 months after school started, the news of Yi Qian's suspension from school still hadn't died down. Yi Zhifan, who had always been cautious, asked around for 2 months and confirmed that Yi Qian's name was not in any of the high schools in the city, nor Yi Qian's name in any of the high schools in the province. He was still worried and used his connections to check Yi Qian's household register. It was only when he found out that Yi Qian was still in Fujian town that he truly felt relieved. Yi Qian didn't repeat his studies, nor did he enter any of the high schools. It was as if he had completely disappeared. In October, the principal Chen of Fujian town resigned due to health reasons, and the position of the high school principal was handed over to another veteran who could continue to guard the underground oil depot. In October of the same year, Uncle Zhen, who had lived in Shuku village for more than 20 years, said that he was going to look for his relatives in Sichuan province. He left Shuku village with the village chief, Zhang Difu. Yi Qian, Uncle Zhen, and Principal Chen's figures faded out of Shuku village and Fujian town. Even the people in the army didn't know where the 3 generations had gone. They only knew that they had gone to wherever the hardships were. Heavy snow was already falling. In one night, the entire Anyang city became a world of silver and white. Winter of 1996 had arrived. Anyang city of the southern province welcomed its first snow of the winter. Children were happily having snowball fights in the snow. The children's laughter added the most vibrant colors to the entire city. Drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians were all very careful for fear of accidents. Only a jeep suddenly appeared at the intersection. It sped up again, stirring up waves of snow, and disappeared around the bend in the road in the blink of an eye. The driver's deep black eyes contained a faint smile. His elegant and handsome face contained a smile like the spring breeze in March. He steadily drove the car to the entrance of No. 1 middle school. "Hello, I'm looking for Yi Qian from grade 1 class." A tall man in a military coat casually rested his arm on the windowsill of the guard post. He took off his gloves, revealing a pair of slender hands that were as long as a pianist's. He picked up the ballpoint pen used for registration and wrote down his name stroke by stroke. He smiled at the guard at the door. "Yi Qian, grade 1, class 1. The guard at the gate was a security guard in his 30s. When he heard this, he glanced at the young man in a military coat. When his gaze landed on the man's military cap, his eyes flickered slightly. Xia Jinyuan put down the ballpoint pen. He could see something strange from the other party's expression. There was a hint of seriousness in his soft voice. "What's wrong? What happened to her?" "Comrade, this Yi Qian." The guard opened his mouth awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he lowered his voice as if he was afraid that someone would overhear him. "She didn't come to our school. Why don't you go outside and ask around? Ask around at the small store in front. I'm just a security guard. There are some things that I can't say. If you ask someone else, they will know." "She didn't come to school." Xia Jinyuan clenched his fists. He said, "Thank you." Then he strode away. He started the car and stopped in front of a roadside convenience store in the blink of an eye. He stopped the car and bought a pack of chewing gum. He fiddled with it without eating it. Looking at the shop owner, who was sitting by the fire, bored, Xia Jinyuan pointed at the stove and smiled. "Brother, let's go to your store to warm up. I'm waiting for someone." In his military uniform, he took off his military cap and naturally placed it flat in the palm of his hand. He then fastened it to his waist. His actions were indescribably dignified and masculine. Seeing this, the shop owner laughed loudly. "Whatever. Do you want some hot tea? I'll make you a cup." His action, dressed in military uniform, won the shop owner's favor. Chapter 339. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'm just waiting for someone. Class is about to end. Xia Jinyuan sat down. Even his sitting posture was a habit of the army. His hat was gently placed on his knees to maintain his military posture. He was always cautious that he was a soldier and would never spoil his military image outside. More importantly, this was also a characteristic of physics. When one's hands were placed on his knees, it formed the most stable triangle. When one stood up, it was easy to immediately exert force to stand up. Xia Jinyuan's plan was to leave immediately after asking about Yi Qian. The shop owner warmly poured tea and came over. When he sat down and saw Xia Jinyuan's appearance, he subconsciously straightened his back and started to chat with him. Number 1 middle school is really good. This year, 6 students from Tsinghua University and Western University took the college entrance examination. Now that it's famous, all the students outside are squeezing their heads to get in. Everyone wants to go to number 1 middle school and enter the top universities. The shop owner was bored guarding the shop alone, so when a soldier came to chat with him, he warmly introduced number 1 middle school while drinking hot tea. Xia Jinyuan wanted to know what exactly happened to Yi Qian here, so naturally, he deliberately guided the shop owner around number 1 middle school. Hearing this, the shop owner smiled and said, "Not everyone wants to study at number 1 middle school. I just went to the school to look for someone and heard 2 parents delivering clothes to a student outside. They heard a student named Yi Qian. She seems to be Yi Qian. This little girl was a celebrity in Anyang City some time ago." Since they were talking about other people's affairs, the shop owner described the scene that happened that day in detail. "It's a pity for the little girl. It's really a pity. I even specially looked up last year's People's Daily. She was really the little girl who won the gold medal in the mathematical Olympiad. She was stingy with the school and left as soon as she tore the notice. Say, why are children nowadays so temperamental? It wasn't easy for her to get into the school. Since the school didn't cancel her results, they still admitted her. So what if she's an auditing student? As long as she's studying at number 1 middle school, it's fine. Tore the notice? Didn't cancel her results? Auditing student?" Xia Jinyuan, who had grasped the main point, asked in detail what had happened. After listening to him, his handsome face turned cold. His little fox was being treated so unfairly. How could someone as prideful as her be broken by a basin of groundless dirty water? It was even more impossible for him to be a mere auditing student. After drinking the tea, Xia Jinyuan was clear about the ins and outs of the matter. After he left the snack bar, he took out a black and white mobile phone that had been popular in Beijing recently and was worth more than 10,000 yuan. He dialed a set of numbers. "Help me investigate someone. Yi Qian, she just turned 16. Find out which school she's studying at in Nan Province. I'll give you a call in 10 minutes. After the phone call, Xia Jinyuan, who had not slept for several consecutive nights, closed his eyes and rested. He did not panic, for he knew very well that it was impossible for his little fox to drop out of school. If she wanted to be admitted to a military academy, she had to be studying at a high school. Regardless of high school or junior high school, as long as she was in school and her student ID was there, he would be able to find her. In less than 10 minutes, the phone rang. The person on the other end said something, and Xia Jinyuan, who had a calm expression just now, suddenly opened his eyes. His voice was as cold as the snow outside. "Have you checked all the schools in the province?" Chapter 340. The person on the other end of the phone was a woman with a gentle voice. She was dressed in an expensive suit. She was wearing a suit and a pair of black heels that were at least 8 centimeters high. She leaned against the desk and said calmly, "I did. Her student ID hasn't been changed and her file is still in the province. In other words, she's suspended from school. She didn't attend high school or repeat her 3rd year of junior high school. She's suspended from school to retain her student status." Suspended from school to retain her student status. After hearing this, Xia Jinyuan's tense nerves were all relaxed at once. Uncle Chen leaving Fujian High School, Uncle Jen leaving the village, and little Fox suspending from school. All of this made sense. The 2 old revolutionaries didn't take any action and left immediately. This meant that they supported Yi Qian's suspension. Now that they left Fujian town together, it looked like 3 generations of people had agreed to go on a trip together. His thin lips curled into a smile. She was really daring. She could even do something like taking a leave of absence. Little fox, what medicine are you selling in your gourd? With Uncle Chen's abilities, weapons, Little Fox, and Uncle Jen, the 3 generations of people wouldn't have to worry about anything. He bet that she would only suspend from school for a year. After a year, his little fox would definitely return. Help me investigate what happened with Yi Qian. Just investigate Yi Zhifan. There's no need to investigate anyone else. He didn't believe that Little Fox's admission to school was simply because she cheated on the exam. Someone must have done something. There wasn't a second suspect. Yi Zhifan was the only one. The woman on the phone obviously had a good relationship with Xia Jinyuan. She laughed when she heard this. Young Master Xia, you seem to care a lot about this young lady. Aren't you going to chat with me? Miss Xia, as a career woman, you're not suitable to talk about this. Old Master Xia is still waiting for you to bring back a brother-in-law. Xia Jinyuan finished speaking lazily. As he started the car, the woman said coldly, "Goodbye." He tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, and the car dashed into the heavy snow. This time, the speed of the car was much slower than before. It did not exceed 30 kilometers per hour and steadily drove out of I-City. Xia Jinyuan already knew the reason for what he wanted to investigate even before the car left I-City. You want to ruin Little Fox's future? Mayor Yi, oh Mayor Yi, the military already has Little Fox's file. Do you think you can destroy it just because you want to? She's a little fox that the country wants to nurture. What ability do you have to destroy her? But what was the little fox going to do? Did he need to make a move? Xia Jinyuan, who had been driving the car out of AY-City, could not make up his mind. It would be convenient for him to make a move, but he could not figure out what Little Fox was thinking, so he had to be more cautious. It was better to wait until he got in touch with Little Fox. It would be easier for him to make a move once he knew how she was doing. After driving for a few hundred meters, the car stopped by the roadside. Without turning off the engine, he picked up the phone again and dialed a group of numbers. This group of numbers was to find out where the 3rd generation was. Brother, check on the 2 elders and the girl. I'll give you their ages and names later. Photos? Yes, but I have to wait until I have a computer. As his clear and lazy voice rang out, a man's joyful laughter could be heard from the other end of the line. Chapter 341. The man said something that made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows. You're full of nonsense, aren't you? Goodbye then. No, I'm scared of you. I was just talking too much. Send it to me and I'll check it immediately. The man on the other end of the phone panicked. Who would dare to reject Mr. Xia? He was a ruthless character. He looked gentle, but when he was ruthless. He had single-handedly destroyed a hooligan's nest, and the hooligans had to thank him for it. Xia Jinyuan chuckled and looked outside. Thank you, brother. It's not convenient for me to show my face now. I'll thank you when I get back to Beijing. Alright, with Mr. Xia's words, I'll go through fire and water for you. The man on the other end of the phone agreed without hesitation. His tone was familiar, and it was obvious that he was close to Xia Jinyuan. With Mr. Xia's ability, it was easy for him to find out where Yi Qian and the others were. Even though the internet was not developed in 1996, and there was no real-name system for buying tickets, it only took half a day to find them. At 4:00 in the afternoon, the snow in Anyang City was getting heavier and heavier. The snow was so heavy that the pedestrians could not see the road clearly. Xia Jinyuan, who had already received news, knew that although it was snowing heavily in the southern province, the place where his little fox was located was scorching hot. 3 generations had gone so far away. The training arranged by the world-class sniper was indeed hellish training. After leaving the highlands and arriving at the desert, he admired the little fox's perseverance. It was unrealistic to go to the desert with only a week's leave. Xia Jinyuan returned to Beijing for 2 days of leave and invited the friends who had helped him out for dinner. On the 5th day of leave, he returned to the Snowfield Brigade. Damn! You came back early. You should have given me the extra leave. When Han Zheng saw him appear at the base with his luggage, he said bitterly, I feel like I haven't rested enough and I have to report back. Hey, how did you come back early? Seeing Xia Jinyuan's expressionless face, Han Zheng took a closer look and frowned. That's not right. You didn't look for your little fox. Fuck, little fox is ignoring you? You guys broke up? Ha ha ha, did they really break up? From puzzlement to schadenfreude, it only took a few seconds. When have I ever dated an underage girl? If there's no pursuit, how can there be a breakup? Xia Jinyuan, who had been ignoring him, finally glanced at him and sneered, do you think I'm like you? When you return to Beijing, 3 girlfriends will break up with you. Young Master Han, the news about you has spread all over the capital. Fuck. Who the fuck is spouting nonsense and ruining my reputation? What do you mean by breaking up with me? I'm the one who doesn't want them. Han Zheng's face was a little pale, especially when he heard Xia Jinyuan's chuckle. His self-esteem took a big hit, and he jumped up to explain, damn it, I've always been the one to dump people. When have you ever seen me being dumped by a woman? Xia Jinyuan chuckled at Han Zheng's explanation. He didn't care about this kind of thing. Before he returned to the dormitory, J5, who was dressed in a training uniform, walked towards him. You're back at the right time. There's an important meeting at 7 p.m. Someone from the top is here, a big shot. The mission is A-level in hearts. A-level in hearts represented a mission within the country. Okay. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time. There were still 46 minutes to 7 p.m., which was just enough time to check the map. Chapter 342. After putting away the luggage, Xia Jinyuan took out a map and looked at it carefully. They were looking at military maps, which were very detailed and accurate. He ran his finger across the map, took out a pen, and wrote down a few places Yi Qian might go next month. Hey, you know a little? So fast? Who told you? G3 asked from behind him, took out a pen from the desk, and ran it across the map. This is a flight mission. We will depart from Machadi at 77 degrees 28, minus 79 degrees 05, east longitude and 38 degrees 25, minus 39 degrees 22, north latitude. We will cross the entire Taklamakan Desert and arrive at Ruoqiang at 86 degrees 45, minus 93 degrees 45, east longitude and 36 to 41 degrees 23, north latitude. As for the specific aircraft type, it is top secret. Choosing a desert was like choosing Area 51 in the United States. There was nothing but secrets. Xia Jinyuan picked up the map, slowly turned to look at G3, and raised his eyebrows slightly. G3, I was wondering why you immediately dragged us to flight training before we came down from the plateau. So you were waiting for us here. Don't look at me like that. I just found out too. The Snowfield Brigade is always at the forefront. You should have known on the day you joined that we take priority in everything. G3 smiled, his low voice full of pride. Let's have a meeting. We will depart in 3 days. All the soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade were all-rounders. They had to be trained in fighter jets, tanks, and even naval combat. Be loyal to the motherland, surpass yourself, challenge your limits, and win every battle. This was the Snowfield Brigade's slogan. At 7 o'clock, the Snowfield Brigade's 2 teams had a meeting. It was not held in an outside conference room, but in an underground conference room. They turned on electromagnetic shielding and tracked the radio waves of unknown origin to prevent the meeting from being eavesdropped. Xia Jinyuan's gaze was cast on the screen. He watched as the red laser light swept across the sky and the flight path that the fighter jet had to pass through. His thin lips were already smiling slightly. He and his little fox were really fated to meet in the same place even though they were thousands of miles apart. 3 days later, when Xia Jinyuan set off, Yi Qian was lying on the sand that was scorched by the sun. The endless yellow sand was the only scenery she had seen in the past month. Other than the flying yellow sand, she would occasionally see cactus in the desert. She was now in the Taklamakan desert, and it was the golden season to cross the desert. What she needed was not to cross the desert, but to train here. Just as Principal Chen had said, he had brought her across the plateau, desert, plains, and across forests. Now, they were undergoing desert training. They did not have a fixed time, but they could leave when they wanted to leave. The beautiful golden scenery of the poplar leaves did not enter Yi Jian's eyes. In her eyes, she was sniping Headmaster Chen who was hiding in a golden world. The sound of a camel ringing a bell came from the sand dune. Yi Jian looked ahead through the scope and saw a group of desert explorers carrying backpacks. They climbed over the sand dune and slowly walked towards them. Hetian He, their target was Hetian He who was behind her. The Hetian River was one of the 3 main sources of the Darim River in China. It originated from the Kunlun Mountains and the Karakoram Mountains, flowed north into the Darim Basin, passed through the Taklamakan Desert, and joined the Darim River. Yi Qian began to wriggle in the yellow sand with her body. She did not get up. If she got up to avoid these travelers, Principal Chen, who was in hiding, would not hesitate to shoot. Chapter 343. Yi Qian's body wriggled like a snake, and soon, a human hole appeared. She then used her arm to rub against the sand. As the layers of sand covered her, Yi Qian's entire body was hidden under the yellow sand. Her gun was also hidden under the sand under the protective cover. Not a single foreign object could enter the gun, not even a grain of sand the size of salt. Protecting the sniper rifle in her hand was also protecting her own life. Soon, the group of 12 people walked past one by one under Yi Qian's nose. Her anti-dust glasses were stained with sand from the travelers' footsteps. She even smelled the smell of the camels. It was a little unpleasant, with the smell of urine. After passing through 2 more sand dunes, we'll reach the Hetian River. My dear, walk faster. God, I see a huyang tree. Quick, look. A huyang tree. A huyang tree whose leaves are like gold. This was a group of foreign travelers. They had passes that allowed them to enter China, so their identities were travelers. Yi Qian held her breath and didn't move until she finally couldn't hear their footsteps anymore. Then she slowly revealed her body from the sand dunes. They were also the only travelers that Yi Qian had seen in the dozens of days that she had been here. It was as if they had suddenly broken the silence of the entire desert, breaking the cold isolation of the world, and instantly pulled her back into the crowd. If it weren't for the special circumstances, she thought that she would have rushed forward to give them a warm hug and welcome their arrival. Being happy was only a matter of time. Soon, moving forward, the same thing happened again. Yi Qian, who had already learned how to remain calm and collected in the cold, stayed parallel to the sand so that she wouldn't be exposed to the sniper's range. Learn to search in the cold, learn to calm your heart in the midst of the bustle. You need to be above your emotions and allow yourself to fully adapt to the environment. This was the true meaning that Yi Qian had learned in this desolate desert. The footprints left behind by the travelers on the yellow sand were blown away by the wind. Yi Qian, who had been there just a moment ago, also disappeared in the wind. The little girl escaped? Not long after, Principal Chen's figure appeared. He stood where Yi Qian had been hiding and laughed. Not bad at escaping, with something hard pressed against his back, Yi Qian said with a smile, I didn't run away. I just changed my position. Uncle Chen, you've lost this time. This sniping training lasted 46 hours. At this time, she and Principal Chen were covered in yellow sand. If they used their hands to scrape their faces, they could scrape off a layer of sand. His lips had not drunk any water for 46 hours and had been supported by the cactus juice. Not only were his lips bleeding, but they were also covered in white scabs. It was cactus juice stain. Not bad, 46 hours. It's 5 hours earlier than before. You've made some progress, girl. Uncle Jen handed the military water bottle to Yi Qian and took the sniper rifle from her. I'll take care of the gun. You guys rest. The old man in his 70s resolutely accompanied Yi Qian and Principal Chen on this arduous training journey. Beside their feet was the Hetian River. Yi Qian lowered his head and used his hands to wash off a layer of yellow sand. His small face was red from the sun. He said to Principal Chen, Uncle Chen, you rest for the endurance test tomorrow. I'll be fine by myself. No matter where they were, Yi Qian had to carry out the endurance test. Crawling backward, navigating obstacles, fully armed stealth, completing a 2,000-meter race in a fixed time, and so on. Yi Qian had to carry out all of these endurance tests. Chapter 344. There was no time to rest. It had to be done in one go. Yi Qian was worried about Principal Chen's stamina, so he proposed to do it alone at night. You want to try it alone? After washing his face, Principal Chen smiled as he looked at Yi Qian, who was as tenacious as a vine growing on a cliff. He used his stable roots to dig into the crevices of the rock step by step. His gaze was kind as he asked, You plan to do it alone at night? Yi Qian knew there was hope. He winked playfully and smiled optimistically. I can't always have you by my side. I need to learn how to face the darkness alone. I'll bring the compass with me. I won't get lost. Okay, then Uncle Tongjian and I will wait for you here. Her courage and perseverance made Principal Chen feel that no matter how hard and tiring it was worth it. Here, Principal Chen not only trained Yi Qian to be a world-class sniper, but he also trained him to be a Special Forces soldier who could join the Special Forces directly after graduating from military school. Now, he was training Yi Qian to snipe on the ground. When it was over, he would bring Yi Qian to the jungle for training next spring. Night fell. The night view in the desert was even more pure than in Tibet. Yellow sand stretched under his feet, but the sky was filled with twinkling stars. Yi Qian used his binoculars to look at the Milky Way. The sky was so vast and magnificent that he felt like he was just a drop in the ocean. The sky was like a mirror. Among the twinkling stars, he could even see shooting stars whizzing past, leaving behind the most beautiful scenery. With only a few minutes to admire the beautiful night sky, Yi Qian dove into the desert and began his endurance test. Stars twinkled in the sky. Yi Qian, who was admiring the night view, didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, ready to go. Under the command of Xia Jinyuan, the jet rose into the night sky at an angle of 60 degrees, then flew parallel to the finish line. Under the command of the control tower, he and his 4 comrades from the Snowfield Brigade, as well as 5 pilots, flew the 5 newest fighter jets and began a series of maneuvers and drills. Simulating the dropping of a bomb, rushing up at an angle of elevation, and rapidly descending at an angle of elevation, these were all things that they had to use their lives to practice and complete. When Yi Qian, who was lying prone in the desert, heard the rumbling of the fighter jets, he couldn't help but pick up his binoculars and look up at the sky. In her eyes, she saw several airplanes flying over her head at an extremely fast speed. In Xia Jinyuan's eyes, he knew that he was in the desert, and he didn't know where he had met his little fox. The difference was that he was in the sky while she was on the ground. At the same time, at the same place, they would definitely meet. As for her, she would hear the sound of fighter jets. No matter which one it was, his figure would always fly past her. Pass through the Hetian River and complete the defensive roller. His voice couldn't reach Yi Qian's ears, but it was clearly transmitted to the control tower. The test flight of a fighter jet was full of unpredictable dangers, but he still maintained a calm and unruffled composure. Yi Qian didn't come back that night, and Principal Chen and Uncle Zhen didn't sleep the whole night. They sat there until the sun rose. In the ground line, Yi Qian appeared with the sun, with his back against the rising sun, walking over the sand from afar. She saw two black dots standing in the distance. They were her closest family, the elders she respected the most in her life. What she didn't know was that someone had met her at a certain moment last night. After staying in the desert for 4 months, in February of the following year, the 3 generations of people arrived at the vast forest in the southern part of the Shi province. This was a place full of legends and dangers. Yi Qian began his 4-year training program, which was originally in the middle of the 3rd year. Chapter 345. On the day that Yi Qian arrived in the western province, a farm vehicle drove 70 yards through the narrow roads of Magadi County. With a loud screech, it stopped at the entrance of an old bus station. The car door was slammed shut. Xia Jinyuan, who was covered in yellow dust, strode into the bus station that didn't even have a door. It was hard to tell the original color of his clothes. "Shit, wait for me." Han Zheng, who got out of the car a step later, choked on the yellow dust that came out of the car. He coughed and jumped out of the car to chase after Xia Jinyuan. "Who are you going to ask? How are you going to find them? We don't even have a photo." The fighter jet test lasted for nearly 2 months. Every night when the plane stopped working, Xia Jinyuan could be seen standing on high ground, looking in the direction of the Hetian River. There, after a radar scan, 3 red dots appeared on the radar display, which meant that there were people in the desert. The military sent people to investigate in secret just in case. The results were shocking. But after that, the military didn't send anyone else. Obviously, they knew that the 3 people who stayed in the desert for a long time were not criminals who were spying on the military. Xia Jinyuan knew who the 3 people were. As for Han Zheng, he only found out 5 hours ago. Xia Jinyuan, who strode to the bus station staff to ask questions, didn't hear what Han Zheng said behind him. He looked tired and was asking about Yi Qian's whereabouts. According to the radar display, Yi Qian, Uncle Chen, and Uncle Zhen returned to Magadi County from the Hetian River 15 days ago. Based on the travel time, it would take about 10 days. According to his calculations, the 3 generations should rest for about a week after returning to the county. But he was wrong. The travelers who left the Hetian River would rest for a week in Magadi County to recover their energy before leaving. However, Yi Qian and the others only rested for a day before leaving. Xia Jinyuan had just finished a few months of fighter jet test missions. Last night, he began to inquire about the whereabouts of the 3 generations. Soon, he found out that they were at the bus station. In fact, when he was driving over, Xia Jinyuan knew that there was a 99% chance that Yi Qian had left Magadi County. There was also a 1% chance that there was a problem with the maintenance of the bus that came in and it needed to be parked for a few more days. As soon as Xia Jinyuan asked, the staff immediately knew who he was inquiring about. He smiled and said, "We've seen the young man and the 2 elders you mentioned. They left 4 days ago." The little girl was fair and clean. She stood out among the group of tan tourists. One of the ladies even asked the little girl what she used to smear it on her face. In fact, Xia Jinyuan already knew the answer, but he still wanted to ask again. Outside, Han Zheng found out from another staff member that Yi Qian had already left 4 days ago. He secretly clicked his tongue. Are these 2 fated or not? Our motherland is vast, but they actually bumped into each other in the desert. If they were fated, it didn't seem like it. It wasn't easy for them to have the chance to meet each other, but they missed it. The new year had just passed, and the small county still had a lingering New Year's atmosphere. Occasionally, the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Xia Jinyuan bought 2 bottles of mineral water that were 3 times the price outside. He stood alone at the place where Yi Qian had stood before, drinking the water and sighing helplessly. Little fox, you're really fast. You make me happy and sigh. Next time I see you, I have to ask for some interest. Chapter 346. What are you mumbling about? Let's hear it. Han Zheng, who was holding 2 bottles of mineral water in his hands, walked over. Seeing his tall and straight back, his childhood friend exuded the aura of a soldier no matter where he went. He teased, "Your little fox can become a celebrity wherever she goes. I can grab any staff member and they'll know her. She left 4 days ago and only rested for 1 day. She was lucky to meet the tour bus and left the next day. TSK. Mr. Xia, it's hard for you to catch your little fox." Xia Jinyuan tightened the cap of the half-empty bottle of mineral water. He glanced at his childhood friend who was teasing him and said with a smile, "Do you think my little fox is like those brainless women with big breasts? She had a plan to enter the desert and leave the desert. Luck? She never believes in luck. She only believes in herself and the truth." The truth was that they met the tour bus on the way back from the Hetian River. It was completely planned before they entered the desert and left just in time. Damn! There are benefits to having big boobs. I don't have to worry about them. Han Zheng was not convinced and snorted. I'll spend some money to get them. Unlike you, running around everywhere. How tiring. He did not have the patience to chase them like this. Xia Jinyuan laughed even more coldly. Your pursuit is not worthy of praise. You spent money to find women, but in the end, they are all unreliable. What are you after? It's hard for me, but I'm willing to do it. Finding a girlfriend who can fight side by side with you is like finding a soul mate. It's the highest level of love between 2 people. People like you who spend money to find big boobs will never know what it means to be connected. You're destined to be single for the rest of your life. You want to feel superior in front of Xia Jinyuan? TSK, the word blow will make you want to cry. Han Zheng, who had been unable to gain the upper hand every single time, received a blow from his childhood friend. He was so angry that the mineral water bottle in his hand cracked. He gritted his teeth and said, "You don't even know where he is, and you're talking about telepathy with me." Pooh! Han Zheng, who did not admit defeat, was thinking differently. He could not deny that Xia Jinyuan's words did shock him. The women that he had spent money to find were all useless in the end, but the women that he had painstakingly pursued were able to fight side by side with him. No matter how he looked at it, he felt envious. Xia Jinyuan smiled as he walked past Han Zheng, who seemed to be deep in thought, and left with graceful steps. He did regret not being able to see the little fox, but that did not affect his mood. In the great mountains and rivers of the motherland, he and she had left their footprints in the same place at different times. Although they had never met, it was still perfect. The faint sound of firecrackers could be heard again. Xia Jinyuan raised his wrist and looked at the date on his watch. It was the 21st day of the first lunar month, the 6th day of the second lunar month. He and Little Fox had spent the spring festival in the same place. It felt pretty good. Then, he jumped into the car and shouted at Han Zheng, who had yet to walk over, "We'll roast a whole lamb tonight. If we don't leave now, are you sure these few wolves will leave a lamb leg for us?" After standing still for a second, Han Zheng slapped his forehead and ran faster. "I almost forgot. Where's the lamb leg? It would be nice to have lamb hooves to eat if he went back late. Hurry, let's go. We've been flying for 60 to 70 days, and I still have to control my weight. If I don't eat meat soon, my waist won't have any strength." Han Zheng jumped into the car and closed the door. He raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. If a man has no strength in his waist, young Master Xia, what do you think will happen? Chapter 347. You've always had weak kidneys and lost your youthful vigor at an early age. You should know better than me the consequences of a weak waist. As for me, first young Master Han, don't be jealous. Xia Jinyuan stepped on the gas pedal. Even the yellow dust on his body couldn't hide the elegance between his eyebrows as he laughed. He was very experienced in insulting his childhood friend. Han Zhang's disgruntled pooh could be heard from the car. The wheels rolled up yellow dust as they left the bus station. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of creatures in the western province were waiting to awaken. After Yi Qian and the others arrived in the western province, they followed the plan and settled Uncle Zhen down before starting the training. It's now the third year of the plan. Girl, there are benefits to taking a break from school. Principal Chen, who was holding a military map in his hand, looked kindly at the energetic girl. The 4-year plan has been brought forward by a total of 14 months. It's completely beyond our expectations. The 4-year plan started in April 1995. The first year was in April 1996, and the second year was in April 1997. It was now February 1997, and they were in the middle of the 1998 plan. The benefits of taking a break from school were obvious. In less than 2 years, she was already in the third year of the plan. Faced with Principal Chen's sigh, Yi Qian smiled and said, I still have to thank No. 1 middle school. Otherwise, how could Grandpa Zhen and you agree to let me take a break from school? Clever girl. Just as you wish. Principal Chen laughed. This girl was actually quite clever. Come, let's talk about the training this time. Entering the mountains wasn't done aimlessly. There was a strict route, and the coordinates and latitude could be matched on the military map. Where to enter, where to pass, and which exit to exit from were all strictly planned. Her peers were still sitting in the classroom and comparing their knowledge with the textbooks, but Yi Qian had already walked a long way in life. This was a distance that countless people could only dream of. It was a journey that countless people would never be able to reach in their lifetime. Yi Qian's life had already begun. Her life was destined to be extraordinary. On the military map, Principal Chen, who was holding a twig in his hand, had a serious expression on his face. He repeated the route again, this is the starting point, and this is the end. 3 months later, we will meet up with Uncle Zhen at the end. Lass, the western province's 100,000 forests. You don't need me to tell you how dangerous it is. We have to come out in 3 months. Once we enter the rainy season, there will be more unpredictable dangers. I can, but your old injuries. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly. She was ultimately worried about Uncle Chen's old injuries. How about we shorten the 3 months to 2 months? Principal Chen looked at Yi Qian coldly and said, this is the training plan. You agreed to it yourself. You don't have to worry about me, just take care of yourself. The lass was easily soft-hearted in front of him and Uncle Zhen, but he had to make her understand that training was training. There was absolutely no room for discussion. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat, and she nodded. Her beautiful face, which was like a blooming hibiscus, was serious and cold. Understood. Yi Qian, who realized that she had made a mistake, didn't say anything else. However, she made up her mind to take care of Principal Chen more when the time came. On the 8th of February, Yi Qian and Principal Chen, who were carrying waterproof military backpacks, rushed into the mountains and forests. Along the way, they alerted the enemy by walking through the bushes. They waved their military tongs, which could be used as knives, to cut the vines to open a path. They passed through forests that no one had ever walked through before. Facing the cliff, they prepared to climb the rope. Gritting their teeth, they climbed step by step like a fox. Chapter 348. When they came into contact with the river, they tightened their bags, waterproofed their guns and bullets, then stepped directly into the river, where they did not know if there was any danger. When they came out of the river, the sky was dark. They found a depression and rested, soaking wet. There was no fire or hot water here, and the only food they could eat was not cooked. From mushrooms to wild fruits, even raw meat could fill their stomachs. Yi Qian never complained about the hardships, nor did she shrink back. She was like a young girl chasing after the sun, running all the way to where there was light. Along the way, she trained. She did not know how many mountains and cliffs she had climbed. Finally, she successfully completed more than 10 field training courses. Although it was a daunting experience, it was Yi Qian's first time entering the forest. There were a few times when she really had a close brush with death. If it were not for Principal Chen's rich experience, Yi Qian knew that she would not have been able to walk out safely. But it was only in the first half of the month that accidents occurred. Soon, she adapted to the environment in the forest. Like a cheetah, she roamed the forest vigorously. At the beginning of May, the two of them walked out of the vast mountains. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were savages. Don't the two of you have a set of clothes that are a little more presentable? The climate in Beihai was pleasant, and Uncle Jen was not any less spirited than before. He looked at the two of them who were dressed in rags, and did not look well. He sighed. This must be an old beggar bringing a young beggar out to beg for rice. If it were not for the fact that the two of you are clean, I'm afraid that no bus would bring you back. Yi Qian put down her backpack. Her eyes became clearer, and she giggled. You guessed right. When we first left the mountains, Uncle Chen and I were waiting for the village bus. When we got on, everyone on the bus thought that we were beggars. Uncle Jen rented a house in a vacation village near the North Sea. He paid a hefty sum every month just to wait for Yi Qian and Principal Chen to come out. In the holiday village, Yi Qian rested until all the swollen mosquito bites on his body disappeared. He then took a medicinal bath prepared by the local traditional Chinese medicine doctor for half a month, until his blood was rosy and his skin was white and tender. Only then did he return to Fujian town. At the end of May, there were still 20 days left before the middle school exams. Yi Qian returned to Fujian town and appeared in class 1 of grade 3 of Fujian town high school the next day. When she was in her third year of junior high school, her classmates were still in their second year of junior high school. Even though he was 1 year ahead of them, when the teacher led Yi Qian into the classroom, which had been filled with chatter, immediately fell silent. After a while, the students in the class couldn't help but discuss in whispers. Isn't this Yi Qian? Why is she here? Yi Qian is so awesome that he tore up the notice right in front of the vice principal. Are you here to repeat your studies? Oh my God, that's impossible. Even if she wanted to repeat her studies, she would have done it a year ago. How could she repeat her studies after a year? The homeroom teacher had received instructions from the school leaders. Regardless of what the students were saying, she simply smiled and introduced, "Students, quiet down. This is Yi Qian. I'm sure everyone has heard of her before. From now on, she will be a member of our class. Students, please give her a round of applause to welcome her back to school." The applause was extraordinarily loud. Everyone was curious about the legendary senior who had suddenly appeared in their class. After the applause died down, the homeroom teacher smiled and said, "If you have any questions about your studies, you can look for her. I believe that even if student Yi Qian were to take a year off from school, he would not be worse than any of the students in our class." Even if Yi Qian had left school for a year, she was still a good student in the eyes of the teachers in Fujian town. Chapter 349. The students in the class looked at Yi Qian, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with the teacher at the podium. For some reason, they didn't dare to look her in the eye. Her eyes were clear and beautiful like colored glass, but they also contained a dark and mysterious power that seemed to be able to see into people's hearts. Some of the students who still had some ulterior motives accidentally made eye contact with her and left in a panic in less than half a second. Their backs were drenched in sweat. Yi Qian just wanted to go back to school peacefully and focus on her exams. She didn't mind giving a warning to the restless students. Standing on the podium, she didn't feel like a stranger at all. She could even speak with Rong Qian. The students below the podium secretly sighed. A top student was a top student. She didn't feel any pressure standing next to the teacher. There was one more thing that both boys and girls agreed on. The legendary figure on the podium was even more beautiful than before. Yi Qian returned to school after a year. That day, she caused a stir in the school. She only took half a class to remember all the names of her classmates. After class, whenever someone came up to talk to her, she would call out their names as if they were old classmates. It's nothing. At that time, I felt that I might not fit into high school life, so I took a year off to relax. Yi Qian patiently explained why she tore up her acceptance letter last year to her classmates who were 1 year younger than her. The explanation of the person involved was naturally more convincing than the rumors and slanders. In addition, Yi Qian spoke at a moderate pace. She spoke like a spring breeze and had her own unique insight. In less than half a day, she gained a firm foothold in the class. Within a day, she had integrated into the group of third-year middle school graduates who were 1 year younger than her. That day, after leaving school, Yi Qian ran into a teacher she was very familiar with. Teacher Ku, who had been her class teacher for 3 years. Now, she was no longer a teacher. Instead, she was a woman who worked at a vegetable stall and bent over 5 buckets of rice all day long. Yi Qian didn't stop after she recognized her. She heard her arguing with a customer over a handful of onions. As she walked away, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Teacher Ku, who never knew how to give in to others, would accomplish nothing once she left school. There was no need to go over to show off. Teacher Ku was no longer worthy of her attention. When Yi Qian returned, the person who was most shocked was none other than Mayor Yi, who would be promoted to a leader in the city this year. These past 2 years, Yi Zhifan's official career had been very successful. He had been the mayor for 2 years, and then he was promoted again. Therefore, he had long put aside Yi Qian, whom he had not heard any news about. Furthermore, because Sun Dongqing had accompanied her daughter, Yi Qian, to live in the provincial capital, Yi Zhifan had not returned to the village for the past year. He had no idea that Yi Qian, who he thought would never amount to anything, had returned to school. He went to the city for a week for a meeting. When he came back, Yi Qian had already been in class for a week. Yi Zhifan, who was about to be transferred to the city at the beginning of June, pondered for a moment. His eyes revealed a hint of a sneer as he dialed a number. "Old Hu, you guys are in charge of marking the exam papers of the entire city's examinees, right?" "Look," his voice gradually trailed off and was drowned out by the chirping of the cicadas in the shade of the trees. His official smile could be seen on his face, but no one could hear what he said next. After the college entrance examination in June, it would be the middle school entrance examination. Yi Qian's name would also appear on the list of examinees. Her appearance caused the invigilators of every class to deliberately circle around Yi Qian to see what this legendary girl was like. Whether she can pass is still a problem. After all, she's a repeat student. Yes, but this student is smart. If she does well in all the subjects, it won't be a problem for her to get into a key high school. It'll be difficult. The repeaters don't have any grades in biology or geography. They can only rely on the results of the past 2 days to get into a high school, unless they get full marks in all the subjects. Chapter 350. While the invigilators were discussing regretfully, Yi Qian remained calm and began the middle school exams. Returning to the examination hall after nearly a year, the speed at which she wrote still surpassed all the other examinees. The invigilator standing beside her was dumbfounded. The speed at which she wrote was something that even the teachers could not catch up with. Politics, history, language, and English were still manageable. After all, they were rote memorization. But mathematics, chemistry, and physics were exams that required thinking. They needed to be calculated. They needed to be calculated on draft paper. But Yi Qian did not need to do that. When the mathematics exam began, the invigilator was shocked. You don't even need to calculate? The stunned invigilator raised his hand to press down on Yi Qian's exam paper. He looked at the legendary girl in surprise. You don't even need to calculate these? Only the last 2 application questions and 1 geometry question were left. When Yi Qian checked the exam paper to see if there were any problems, she had already memorized all the questions and calculated the answers accordingly in her mind. Even if the invigilator stopped her now, it would not delay her answering time. Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Of course I do. I've already calculated it in my mind." She pointed at the draft paper and said, "I can also save paper." The point was not to save paper, the point was. The invigilator took a deep breath and pointed at the exam paper. He forced himself to calm down and said, "Come, you should calculate these questions first. We'll talk after the exam." The last 3 major questions were important and also multiple-point questions. No matter how shocked the invigilator was, he could not delay Yi Qian's exam. He knew that this girl did not score in biology or geography. He originally thought that Yi Qian would need to calculate the last 3 major questions or do some mental calculations. In the end, he saw the girl nod obediently after he removed his hand and she started writing. She really started writing. Just like that, she finished the 3 major questions in one go without a pause. She did not need to use draft paper or do any calculations. She just started writing as if she already had the answers in her mind. After he was done, Yi Qian immediately put the test paper away. He did not want to leave anything that could be used against him. The invigilator did not realize that Yi Qian was wary of him. When he picked out his pen, Yi Qian stood up. "Sir, can I hand in my paper first?" There was no way to confirm if Yi Shifan had done anything, but it was always better to be safe than sorry. "There's still 80 minutes to go. Do you want to check the papers again?" "I'll collect it later." Looking at his watch, the teacher swallowed his saliva. "This question is too fast." "No need, I'm done." "And teacher, can I hand in my paper and leave the exam hall now?" Yi Qian was already used to her teacher's shocked expression. This time, she deliberately increased her speed to let some people know that his tricks were nothing. Trying to trap her? It was simply daydreaming. Moreover, if they tried to frame her, then don't blame her for not giving them face. The invigilator was a teacher from Chengtang Middle School. When he heard that she was done, he thought he heard wrong and repeated, "Do you want to check the entire test paper? You didn't score in geography and biology, so you can't be careless in these exams." At this point, Yi Qian vaguely remembered that her name had been passed around by the teachers of various middle schools. She looked up and smiled politely. "Yes, I'm sure I'm done. Thank you, teacher." Chapter 351. "All right then, put the test paper on the podium. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." The invigilator raised his hand and gestured for Yi Qian to hand in the test paper first before returning to his seat. However, he heard Yi Qian say, "Teacher, if you have any questions, you can ask me outside. Leave the exam room immediately after handing in the test paper. This is the rule." Yi Qian could tell that the invigilator did not have any ill intentions towards him, but he still maintained a high level of vigilance and would definitely not leave any traces of criticism. The invigilator patted his head and waited for Yi Qian to hand in the test paper and leave the exam room. Then, he took out a piece of draft paper and walked out of the exam room. "You came out so quickly. The examinees inside are under a lot of pressure," the invigilator said with a smile. He was expressing his goodwill and did not want Yi Qian to misunderstand that he had ulterior motives. He said, "You did well in the teaching exam. You will achieve your wish." Sigh, Yi Qian's life as a student was not easy. As teachers, they could guess what happened last year if they thought about it. Fortunately, she did not give up on herself. After a year of adjustment, she returned to school. She did not do something stupid that would hurt her loved ones and please her enemies. Where there is destruction, there is hope. Where there is evil, there is good. And in this world, there is always more good than evil. Yi Qian could feel the invigilator's goodwill and his smile deepened. Thank you, teacher. Even a teacher that he did not know was cheering for him. As he spoke, the invigilator's pen flew across the paper and wrote down a question. Just the question alone took him nearly 3 minutes to write. Come, try to solve this question. After drawing another geometric figure, the invigilator put away his pen. Try to solve this question. We are outside, so you can rest assured. Perhaps he thought of something and smiled at Yi Qian. You have handed in the test paper. Don't worry about anything else. It seemed that he had also heard about why Yi Qian tore up the acceptance letter in anger last year. After taking the pen, Yi Qian smiled and did not ask the invigilator why he wrote a question for him at the last minute. He began to solve the advanced mathematics question on the draft paper. From time to time, there would be leaders walking past the classroom. When they saw a student and a teacher standing outside, they thought that they had caught the cheating student and walked over. After the invigilator's explanation, they stayed back to watch Yi Qian solve the questions with interest. They then saw Yi Qian's clean-looking face. Under the teacher's orders, he was able to remain calm and composed. He lowered his head and quietly worked on the questions. Standing at the side, he had a tranquil and distant temperament. The teachers and leaders who surrounded him all smiled approvingly. After he was done, Yi Qian politely bowed to the teachers and school leaders who were looking at him. He said calmly, "I'm done. I'm sorry for wasting your time." Not only were her grades excellent, but her etiquette and manners were impeccable. What was even more surprising was that even at such a young age, when she was the center of attention, she was still calm and composed. Her every movement had a calm and steady aura, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, she would not bat an eyelid. There was no doubt that such a student was a good student in the eyes of the teachers. The invigilator took the question that she had only spent 20 minutes to solve and said to another invigilator, "Last year, number 1 middle school made things difficult for Yi Qian. They even asked her to tear up the acceptance letter. Did the leaders of number 1 middle school lose their minds? A student like this should be worshipped like a bodhisattva. How dare they make things difficult for others? What's the point of being an auditing student? A genius like her, only she can choose which school she wants to go to." She only used 20 minutes to solve this advanced mathematics question. Chapter 352. Another invigilator took a look and smiled. "Mr. Liu, Yi Qian has participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad and won a gold medal. Your question is really not difficult for her to solve. However, I agree with what you said. The leader of number 1 middle school is really crazy." Yi Qian became the main character of the entire exam. Not only did the teachers pay attention to her, but even the leaders of the various schools came to see her from time to time. And Yi Qian's name was the name that teachers mentioned the most in class a few years later. Geniuses were born from luck. Yi Qian was like a sword that pierced through the sky and swept through the entire Anyang city. 2 days later, after the exam, all the examinees' exam papers were sealed and sent to the city for marking. Yi Zhifan, who had been waiting for news, received a call from old Hu in the afternoon. He answered the phone with a smile, but when he heard the first sentence, "It's not easy," his face instantly changed and he said coldly, "Not easy? Old Hu, aren't you the one who has been handling this? Old Yi, you want Yi Qian's exam papers to be invalid. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Her exam papers were specially modified. They didn't even go through our hands. The army sent 2 captains, an invigilator, and a notary to the province for marking. You still have the nerve to be angry? I'm not even angry with you. If I didn't find Yi Qian's name familiar, I would have been fucking invited to the Commission for Discipline Inspection for tea. These words were like a clap of thunder. Yi Zhifan jumped out of his office chair. What? The army escorted the exam papers to the province for marking. What's going on? Old Hu, don't be angry. Quickly tell me clearly. Clearly? I also want to know what's going on. Last year, this examinee was admitted to number 1 middle school. In the end, this examinee tore up the notice and was suspended for a year. Old Yi, we have been friends for many years. Let's not talk about last year's incident. But this year's incident, I'll pretend that you didn't call me. As for me, I'll pretend that I didn't know. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't make any more moves. Be careful not to get into trouble. If it weren't for the fact that they had known each other for so many years, he wouldn't have reminded him. Yi Zhifan did not know when the other party had hung up. He did not know how long he had been listening to the beeping sound. He sat there in a daze for a long time before he slowly put down the phone. Originally, he thought that it was just a matter of moving his finger. But now, it seemed that it was not something he could do. If even the military were to step in, then who exactly was it that was protecting Yi Qian? Who was it? Was it someone he couldn't afford to offend? Was it someone he couldn't afford to offend? Yi Zhifan thought about a lot of things. There were many things that he did not understand, but there was one thing that he understood. Yi Qian's future was not something that he could cut off or interfere with. So, other than old Uncle Zhen who helped Yi Qian behind the scenes, who else could it be? Yi Zhifan sat quietly in his office for a while. He looked at the time, then stood up with a tense expression and left the office. Yi Qian did not know that her exam papers had been sent to the provincial capital before she left school. She was talking and laughing with her classmates in the same exam room as her as she walked out of the school gates. She felt a cold and heavy gaze on her. She was talking to her classmates when she raised her head indifferently. Her cold and sharp gaze swept in the direction of the gaze. She saw Yi Zhifan standing in front of her in a formal suit with a gloomy expression on his face. When he saw her suddenly look over, he was caught off guard. Soon, he walked over with a cold expression. Chapter 353. Seeing this, Yi Qian's eyes turned slightly cold. He whispered a few words to his classmates, then smiled and said goodbye to them. When Yi Zhifan walked over, he maintained his smile and even took the initiative to speak. Mayor Ye's face is unfriendly. Who in Fujian town would dare to offend you? Yi Qian, I've really underestimated you. Uncle Yi Zhifan was not very calm. He gloomily stared at his niece, who was giving him a headache. Do you want to force our family to be unhappy before you give up? These words were really unreasonable. However, it was impossible to reason with their family. Yi Qian smiled coldly. Mayor Yi is really interesting. Could it be that all officials are as unreasonable as Mayor Yi? What does it have to do with me whether your family is happy or not? You go your way, and I'll go mine. Mayor Yi, be careful with your words. A dignified mayor was actually being lectured by Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan's face darkened. He looked around and saw a few people who looked like teachers looking at him several times. His eyes darkened as he shouted in a low voice, "Don't try to argue with me here. Come over here. I have something to ask you." Being an official was different. His face darkened and he shouted, but his imposing manner did not scare Yi Qian. Instead, it scared the students passing by. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and looked over with a cold gaze. He said with a smile that was not a smile, "Do I have to go with you just because you ask me? Mayor Yi, your authority is really strong. Sorry, I have a strong temper that cannot be subdued by force. If you talk to me nicely, I might give you some face. Sorry for being so rude. Goodbye." He naturally left as soon as he said he would. Why would he give him any face? Yi Zhifan was so angry that he almost lost control of his authority. He quickly stepped forward to block him and said sternly, "Yi Qian, don't forget that I am your uncle. Uncle? Now you remember that you are my uncle? When you destroyed my future last year, didn't you have a lot of fun destroying it? Yi Jian, whose expression didn't change, smiled and said coldly with a sarcastic expression, basically, you're my enemy, Mayor Yi. Do I still need to speak softly to an enemy? He enjoyed Mayor Ye's change of expression. TSK TSK TSK, green, white, red. It was really interesting. Last time, I said that Mayor Ye's family better not provoke me. Unfortunately, you didn't listen. You had to kick me out of number 1 middle school, thinking that you destroyed my future. But look, can you destroy my future? Even if I take a year off, I can still take the high school entrance exam. Yi Qian's eyes were very dark and cold. She was staring at the scorching sun. Yi Zhifan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He stared at his niece who really did not put him in her eyes. Yi Zhifan sneered softly and said in a deep voice, "Take the high school entrance exam? Yi Qian, you think too highly of yourself. You don't deserve to be compared to Ying. She is in the province's number 1 middle school. What about you? Even if you take the high school entrance exam again, you can forget about surpassing Ying. Yi Qian, you are just a child with no one to rely on. What ability do you have to make things difficult for me? What ability do you have to think that you are better than Ying, who has the help of her parents? Look at you. Once something happens, you can only withdraw. You can't even go to a good high school. Yi Qian, if you are really smart, you should know how to lower your head." Chapter 354. His voice became colder and harsher, and the threat in his voice deepened. No matter who is supporting you, you can only survive if you learn how to lower your head. Otherwise, no matter how good your grades are, there are still people who can make it so that you can't enter a school or study. Yi Zhifan had calculated everything. As long as Yi Qian showed even the slightest bit of fear, he would be in the palm of his hand. He thought that by threatening Yi Qian like this, he would be able to see the fear on Yi Qian's face. After all, she was still a child. Faced with the stern reprimand of an adult, she would more or less feel afraid. As long as she was afraid, he would be able to convince her to give up her studies. Then, he would use some tricks to make it so that she would never be able to return to the southern province. His threat made Yi Qian's gaze shift slightly. Was there a test in his threat? A possibility flashed through Yi Qian's mind. After hearing what he said, Yi Qian's chilly laughter was like the clear spring in the mountain stream, so cool that there was a hint of coldness in it. You want me to not be able to enter a school and not be able to study? Mayor Yi is very capable. Then, let's just wait and see. Wait and see. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I want to see how many marks you can get. You want to compare yourself to Ying? Who do you think you are? At this time, Yi Zhifan, who was already at a disadvantage, was completely under Yi Qian's control. He looked at Yi Qian with a gloomy gaze and revealed an arrogant expression. Yi Qian, uncle will wait for you to cry and beg me. Who does Ying think she is? I really don't want to compare myself to her. As for crying, please wait and see, Mayor Yi. By the time he finished speaking, Yi Jianxian had already replied with a smile, also, Mayor Yi, be careful that you don't fall from your horse. Officials were most afraid of hearing others say that they had fallen from grace, and Yi Zhifan was the same. When he heard this, his expression was already ugly, and now he was so angry that his face turned the color of pig liver. When Yi Qian saw his expression change again, his laughter became even more crisp. When he left, Yi Zhifan's face was still as dark as the bottom of a pot. He gloomily looked at Yi Qian's back as he left, and gloomily said, "You refused a toast only to drink a forfeit. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. You want to compete with Ying? You're overestimating yourself." From the beginning to the end, he did not have the confidence to say that one sentence from him could make Yi Qian unable to read. This was because he knew that this exam was not something he could touch. Yi Zhifan knew very well that someone from the army came and hired a notary to send the exam papers to the provincial government for marking. However, he was still angry and wanted to threaten Yi Qian. He also wanted to find out if she really had someone supporting her from behind. This test made him so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he did not get anything out of her. Unfortunately, not only did Yi Qian not take his words to heart, but she also saw through his intention to test if she had someone supporting her. After seeing through his intentions, Yi Qian saw Mayor Yi as a paper tiger who only had a ferocious appearance. After holding back his anger for a while, Yi Zhifan got back into the car. That night, he called his daughter, Yi Ying. He did not hide the fact that Yi Qian was coming back for the middle school exams from Yi Ying. It was good to let her be mentally prepared. Yi Ying, who was studying at home and preparing for her exams, laughed as if she had heard a joke. "Dad, so what if she's taking the middle school exams? She'll still be screwed if she gets into a third-rate high school. My teacher said that as long as her grades are in the top 30 of the grade, I'll be in the best class in the liberal arts and science classes. Moreover, a first-rate teacher will be the head teacher." A year had passed, and Yi Ying was more composed than before. When she heard that Yi Qian was coming back to school, she laughed disdainfully. "I still have 2 years to graduate from high school. She still has 3 years. Just you wait. I'll definitely crush her under my feet." Chapter 355. Her confidence made Yi Zhifan laugh out loud, and the haze in his eyes disappeared. "Ying is indeed my daughter, Yi Zhifan. You have ambition. Alright, I'm just letting you know. Since you don't take it to heart, I won't hold you back from your studies. Yes, and Dad, I won't be going back to the city during the summer break. I'll attend a few cram schools. If there's any news about Yi Qian, give me a call. Later, if she really gets into high school, as her sister, I'll definitely call back to congratulate her." Yi Ying's tone was full of contempt. She was sure that Yi Qian would not amount to anything. Even if she got into high school, it would only be a third-rate school. The father and daughter were able to get along well. Sun Dongqing, who had heard the gist of the conversation, also laughed scornfully. After Yi Ying hung up the phone, the mother and daughter continued to make fun of Yi Qian for a while before they stopped. Yi Qian did not care what the family thought. She returned to Shuku village that day without any psychological burden. She only stayed at home for one night. Before dawn, she went through the long tunnel behind her house and returned to the army that she had not been to for almost 11 months. The military camp was made of iron, and the soldiers were flowing like water. Yi Qian saw many unfamiliar faces as soon as she entered the army. They were the new recruits from last winter. There were also many familiar faces that she could not find anymore. They had retired and returned to their hometown. "Little Jian, you've been hiding for almost a year. That's not very kind of you." The political commissar greeted Yi Qian as if she was his child. He patted her on the shoulder. "Not bad, you've grown taller. You're no longer the little girl from before." In a year, Yi Qian's height had shot up to 165 centimeters. She was indeed considered a tall girl among the students. After returning to the familiar army, Yi Qian's smile relaxed. She smiled and said, "Of course I have to grow taller. If I don't grow taller, I'll really be short. If I can't reach the height requirement for female soldiers, then I won't even have a place to cry. You're still such a naughty girl." The political commissar was still the same as before. His smile had the dignity of a soldier, but also the concern. "Let's go. Let's go to the field and practice 2 laps. Let's see if you've improved." After saying that, he led Yi Qian to the field. After taking a few steps, he looked at Yi Qian and sized him up. "Let's go to the Internal Affairs Department to get a set of training clothes." I was wondering why he didn't look right. If he didn't wear his military uniform or training uniform when he came to the army, he would be an anomaly. We can't be outcasts. Thinking about Uncle Jen's request on the phone, the political commissar smiled and said, "Change your clothes and go to the field. Recently, there are a few troublemakers in the army. Come and teach them a lesson. Let's see if they still have the face to be troublemakers." Troublesome soldiers meant that they might be a little outstanding, but they didn't put the class leader in their eyes, and they would often speak ill of her. Before Yi Jian came, a few troublesome soldiers from the international metropolis crushed 2 green flies and threw them into the class leader's mung bean soup to relieve the heat. The poor class leader had diarrhea for an entire night and had even taken a few bottles of intravenous drips. These troublemakers needed to be taught a lesson. After putting on the summer training uniform, the 165 centimeters tall Yi Qian walked out. The political commissar couldn't help but clap his hands. This Yi Qian was no longer the little girl who just entered the army 2 years ago. She was valiant and formidable looking, as straight as a spear. Her military uniform gave off a proud and unyielding aura. When she stood there and gave a standard military salute, the political commissar saw her cold and inviolable military might. She was only 16 years old, and she was still a high school student, but she already had this kind of military might. Chapter 356. Good, good, good. As expected of the soldiers taught by the 2 old revolutionaries. Good job, Yi Qian. She was a soldier when she put on her military uniform, not a little girl. The political commissar did not return the salute. After all, Yi Qian had not yet joined the army. He walked in front of her and personally straightened her clothes and smoothed out the wrinkles on her shoulders. Go, Yi Qian. Your hot-blooded youth should be showered in the military camp. Don't praise me. However, the military camp is indeed my favorite place. Yi Qian tugged at the corner of her clothes and looked at the political commissar with her dark eyes that reflected the sky blue of the military camp. She smiled and said, "Forget about taking care of the troublesome soldiers. I just want to compete with them and see what kind of ability they have to be troublesome soldiers. Then you can't go easy on them." One of the troublesome soldiers comes from a wealthy family. He is indeed quite capable. He has learned self-defense and his physical fitness test was excellent. Amidst the laughter of the political commissar, the first thing Yi Qian did when she returned to the military camp was to fight with the troublesome soldiers. When Yi Qian was angry, the veterans who knew her knew how ruthless she was. When they saw her taking care of the troublesome soldiers, they all laughed and waited to see how Yi Qian would deal with those arrogant new recruits. Yi Jian was the first person who had been in university for 2 years. Because he was too rebellious, his family had used their connections to send him to become a soldier. Yi Jian did not use force first. She stood in front of the bodyguard who had a look of disdain on his face and said with a smile, "Oh, so you're from an international metropolis. You speak English. Okay, let's recite each other's familiar English. First of all, I just graduated from junior high school. Don't feel pressured." Reciting was Yi Qian's strength. The moment she took action, she was able to compete with this soldier who had a sense of superiority. The next day, she challenged this troublesome soldier who thought he was great because he had been in university to a math, physics, and chemistry competition. The sun was still above her head, and her hand was holding a pen. It was noon, but Yi Qian did not move. Her opponent, on the other hand, got a heat stroke because he was nervous. From then on, he never dared to say things like, "I'm good at English, I went to college, you are all country bumpkins." Taking care of another recruit who knew some martial arts was even easier. Dueling was Yi Qian's favorite pastime. It didn't take a few hours. It only took a little more than 10 minutes. Only when the other party's face was bruised and swollen did he stop calmly. "Recruit, remember this. The class leader that you threw flies at has participated in 2 large-scale military exercises, participated in flood relief, and saved several civilians from rolling rocks. What about you? Other than your punching skills, what other inspiring things have you done? Yi Qian was a girl, and she was also a student. Her actions not only served to intimidate them, but also made these troublemakers feel ashamed. They felt ashamed of their own arrogance and complacency. In just a few days, Yi Qian had finished the task given to him by the political commissar. Without the accompaniment of Uncle Zhen and Principal Chen, Yi Qian used her own abilities to gain a firm foothold among the recruits. She quickly gained their trust. How to convince the masses and how to get along with the male recruits was not something that the elders could teach her. She could only rely on herself to figure it out. She had already become brothers with the recruits. The political commissar saw this and called Uncle Zhen, who was left in the village. Uncle Zhen had left the village for more than half a year. The first thing he did when he returned was to chat with the villagers who came to visit him. He did not care about how Yi Qian was doing in the army. Now that he received a call from the political commissar, he was truly relieved. Chapter 357. That's good, that's good. As long as she can make friends with the new recruits and make them believe in her, I can rest assured. Uncle Zhen had always remembered Xia Jinyuan's words, Yi Qian is not good at integrating into the team and will have a hard time in the army in the future. Therefore, when Yi Qian went to the army, he immediately called the political commissar. This was why Yi Qian had to deal with the troublemakers as soon as he entered the army. Principal Chen was also very busy when he came back. By the time he finished his work and contacted Yi Qian, it was already early August. It just so happened that Yi Qian called on the day of the results. She was still in the army and answered the call from the sentry box. You did well, girl. You got what you wanted. Before Principal Chen could report the results, Yi Qian, who was already confident, said with a smile, even if you don't tell me, I know how I did. After that, he reported the results. It was only 5 points lower than the actual score. Without the biology and geography scores, except for the Chinese essay, which was deducted 3 points, Yi Qian got full marks for all the other subjects. Yi Qian even lowered the score for the Chinese essay by 5 points. Yi Qian did not become the top scholar in the province, but he still got 4th place in the province. When the principal of No. 1 middle school found out about Yi Qian's results, he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. They had forced such an excellent student to leave the school last year. However, when he thought about Yi Zhifan's current status and the fact that the Provincial Education Bureau had warned him not to publicize Yi Qian's results, the principal could only sigh inwardly. He did not show it on his face at all. When the provincial high school entrance exam results came out, Yi Zhifan, who had been keeping an eye on it, did not let it go. He immediately called Old Hu, whom he knew from the Municipal Education Bureau. Yi Qian's results had been intentionally concealed by the Provincial Education Bureau. Old Hu, who was from the Municipal Education Bureau, naturally could not find out anything. If he could not find out anything, it meant that he did not get into the school. I only have the results of those who have been admitted to high school. Yi Qian's name is not on my list. Old Hu scanned the system but couldn't find it. When he saw Yi Zhifan paying so much attention to the examinee's results, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. I say, Old Yi, why are you so concerned about this examinee's results? If I remember correctly, you only have one daughter, Yi Ying, right? She seemed to have thought of something and tried to tease him. The candidate's surname is also Yi. Could she be an illegitimate daughter that you don't want to acknowledge? You are indeed a scholar. You have a rich imagination. He's a distant relative of mine. His parents have some conflicts with my family. I'm just asking. Knowing that Yi Qian didn't get into high school, Yi Zhifan was overjoyed. He didn't want Old Hu to probe any further. He happily said, let's have dinner together tonight. Don't you want to follow Secretary Wu's path? Deputy Tseng has a dinner appointment with Secretary Wu. If you're free, come along. This sentence was to Old Hu's liking. He didn't care about other people's business. He smiled and said, "Thank you," before hanging up. When Yi Qian didn't get into the school, Yi Zhifan was happy. Naturally, Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing were also happy. "Stupid girl, I told you she's a good-for-nothing. Look, it's obvious that she doesn't have the life to study." Sun Dongqing looked at her daughter who had blossomed into a flower. She couldn't hide the pride in her heart. She said harshly, "Ying, your sister didn't get into the school. You should give her a call later to comfort her." Yi Ying, who was full of arrogance, raised her chin slightly. Her voice was thin and sharp as she laughed. "Mom, you're right. I'll call the village chief's house tonight and ask her to answer the phone." Chapter 358. The arrogant Yi Ying lifted her chin slightly and laughed in a thin and sharp voice, "Mom, you're right. I'll call the village chief's house tonight and get her to answer the phone." She snorted with a look of disdain and said with a vicious look, "She thinks she can compete with me? She's just an orphan. I can bully her however I want." Yi Qian had to answer Yi Ying's call so that she could show off her superiority. However, Yi Qian was not around, so she could only hold back her pride and ridicule. On the third day after the results were released, Yi Qian did not even know her ranking in the province for the middle school exams. At this moment, Jianghu gave her a fierce bear hug and punched her in the back. Yi Qian felt a little uneasy when she was blocked by her classmates who had graduated from middle school and had not contacted her for almost a year. Especially when she saw the unfriendliness on their faces, she was prepared to apologize. "Jianghu, your greeting gift is too warm. My back is going to bruise from your punches. Damn. It's already a good thing that I didn't cut ties with you. So what if you received a few punches from me? Do you have any objections? Do you know how long you've been missing? It's been almost a year. Damn. We've been asking around, but no one has seen you." Jianghu's eyes reddened as she spoke, "We were all worried about you. Where have you been for the past year?" Zhang Na squeezed over from the side, "I haven't hugged you yet. We'll start the scolding session after I hug you." As she spoke, she glared at Yi Qian and opened her arms to hug her. "Yi Qian, just wait to be scolded by us old classmates." She hugged Yi Qian tightly and heard her slightly choked voice. Zhang Bin, who had entered the province's #1 middle school because of his specialty, stood at the back like a pillar. He looked at the girls hugging each other and laughed. "Yi Qian, why don't we hug too?" "Damn. Get lost. Trying to take advantage of me." Jianghu kicked him in return. "Learn from Zhou Liao. He's a gentleman. It's more polite to stand aside." Zhou Liao pushed up his glasses out of habit. After thinking for a while, he slowly smiled and said, "I'm not a gentleman. I'm waiting for the girl to finish hugging me before I do it myself." 1 year of high school had changed the shy Zhou Liao of the past. "Jane, let's ignore them. Now, Zhang Bin is the boy who makes the girls in school scream. He plays basketball and is handsome." Just like before, Jianghu put her arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and looked at Zhang Bin provocatively. "So what if he's handsome? You still can't hug Yi Qian." Just like when they were in junior high school, the two of them started arguing after a few words. Looking at them, Yi Qian knew that his friendship with them hadn't changed because of time. He smiled as he watched the two of them quarrel again. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Na, they both smiled knowingly. As for why, it was probably the thoughts of those young men and women. After laughing and arguing, the few of them sat in the bamboo forest behind Yi Qian's house. Each of them had a bamboo chair and held watermelons that had been soaked in well water in their hands. They talked about their high school lives and their academic results. After chatting for a while, Yi Qian found out that the 4 of them had taken part in the competition together and all of them had chosen to enroll in the city's #1 middle school. Zhang Na and Zhou Liao had always been top scorers in their classes, so getting into the city's #1 middle school was a given. Zhang Bin was admitted to the province's #1 middle school as a student with a specialty. Chapter 359. Jiasun was good at her subjects and applied for #1 middle school. In the end, it was her geologist father who stepped in and spent money to get her into #1 middle school in the province. It was indeed a joyous occasion that 2 of her former classmates had entered #1 middle school in the province. How did you do this time? Don't tell me you got into #1 middle school. The few of them were concerned about where Yi Qian would be going to school this year. Zhou Liao, who was more mature, asked, "We didn't come here for any other reason. We just wanted to know where you will be studying so that we can keep in touch." As soon as he spoke, Yi Qian could clearly feel the nervousness on their faces. They were worried that she would be upset. Ming Yan's eyes moved like water in the swaying bamboo shadows. Looking at their nervous faces, a bright smile bloomed on her face. Yi Jian raised her eyebrows and said leisurely, "You should have done well in the exam. You have also received the notice." "Damn! You scared me to death." After Jiasun heard this, she let out a long sigh of relief and took a deep breath. She had been holding her breath, waiting for Yi Qian to speak. "Great, great. When school starts, I can tell that bitch Yi Ying. Let's see if she can still be so smug." She screamed happily as she jumped up from the bamboo chair and pounced on Yi Qian. She was so fierce and inaccurate that Zhang Bin cried out in shock, "Tomboy, be gentle." He was afraid that she would fall. "You're a human sandbag. You're really heavy." Yi Qian was also worried that she would fall. He quickly stood up and hugged her. He joked, "You're already a year older. Why are you still like a child?" Zhang Na smiled and glanced at the nervous Zhang Bin. She pursed her lips and laughed alone. "Tell me, where will you be studying? Hurry up and tell me." And Jiasun, who had pounced on him, sneaked her hand under Yi Qian's armpit and tickled him. She asked cheerfully, "Hurry up and tell me, or Nana and I will do it together." Tickling was nothing. Yi Qian opened his arms and smiled. "Come, tickle me all you want. I won't laugh when you touch me. You're so stubborn." After scratching for a while, Jiasun gave up. She curled her lips and said, "If you're not afraid of this, what else are you afraid of?" She wanted to ask more, but Zhang Bin pulled her back and secretly gave her a look. Although he majored in sports, he had a father who was a policeman. Zhang Bin's temperament was also extremely meticulous, and he knew when to stop. "Don't ask any more. Why don't you use your brain if you don't have results in geography and biology?" After Yi Qian started chatting with Zhou Liao, Zhang Bin secretly reminded Jiasun, "Can't you see that we're not asking anymore? You, stop talking so much." Zhou Liao noticed that Zhang Bin was obviously warning the tomboy. He smiled and said to Yi Qian, "I don't know how Yi Ying found out that she spent money to buy a school. Whenever she sees her, she will definitely mock her. You also know that tomboys can't tolerate it." Yi Ying said that she couldn't tolerate it. Once she said it, they started arguing. In the end, both sides suffered. After all, they weren't from the same school, so Zhou Liao's knowledge was limited. He only knew bits and pieces about Zhang Bin and other students who entered the provincial first high school. Yi Ying's name. He hadn't heard it for almost 2 months. When he heard it again, Yi Qian's eyes turned cold. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Yi Ying won't dare to say such things again." Chapter 360. You. Zhou Liao's eyes lit up. He looked at his classmate, who had always been indifferent, in surprise. Then, he let out a long "oh" and smiled sincerely. "Yi Qian, you always surprise people. It may be a surprise to you, but it must be a shock to some people." She raised her eyebrows slightly. Her casual and indifferent temperament changed instantly. There was a frosty air about her. "Thank you for your concern. Let's keep in touch." Zhou Liao pushed his glasses and reached out his hand. We can't go to the same high school, but I hope we can go to the same university and continue our friendship. I hope so too. Yi Qian reached out to shake his hand and smiled. Continue our friendship. This was a promise. Regardless of whether it would be in the future or not, at least he was her classmate, her friend, and she sincerely hoped they could continue their friendship in university. On the other side, Unjiasen raised her voice and said cheerfully, I'll give Ying a call when I get back. Ha ha ha, I want to anger her to death. Classmaten, I don't want there to be a situation where I can't study. So, please keep this a secret for me. It won't be too late for you to tell me after I finish the admission procedures. Yi Qian, who already knew that his results were concealed by the Provincial Education Bureau, immediately stopped her with a smile. I really can't tell you now. I'll only tell the four of you. After a short silence, there were four voices of assurance in unison. Uncle Zhen, who was enjoying the cool air in his house, heard the laughter coming from behind the house. The old man, who was lying in the rocking chair, gently fanned himself with his eyes closed. He didn't want to disturb the gathering of the young men. Since school was about to start, the four of them stayed over at Yi Qian's house for a night and left early the next morning. Unjiasen was still reluctant to leave after getting into the car. She squeezed out 2 drops of tears and held Yi Qian's hand. You heartless person. You must remember to write me a letter, or else. This is too embarrassing. Hurry up and pull her into the car. Yi Qian, who was covered in goosebumps, pulled his hand away and motioned for Zhang Bin to pull her into the car. Everyone in the car was watching. Unjiasen laughed heartily. The car started, and Yi Qian saw 4 hands reaching out of the car window, waving goodbye to him. This was what friends were like. Because they were worried about you, they traveled thousands of miles just to see you. A week after they left, Yi Qian walked out of the village again with the letter of acceptance in his hand. He went to the province to study alone. Compared to last year, his state of mind was different this year. The car drove along the mountain road, bringing Yi Qian to a vast space. That was the provincial capital where she would be living for the next 2 years. Since someone was spouting nonsense and thought that it was a great thing to be admitted into the provincial first school, then she naturally had to walk in front of her and tell her that it was not a great thing to be admitted into the provincial first school. If she could pass the exam the first time, she could also pass the exam the second time. The provincial first high school. In the end, Yi Qian chose the provincial first high school. The train ticket was the same as before. It left at 8:30 p.m. and arrived at the provincial capital train station early in the morning. Yi Qian, who was taking the train to the provincial capital for the 3rd time, quickly found her seat. This time, she did not buy a sleeper ticket. Instead, she chose a more affordable seat ticket. She rode the bumpy train all the way to the provincial capital. When Yi Qian got off the train, she smelled like sweat. She ran to a travel agency near the train station and spent a few yuan to take a shower. She then changed into a clean set of clothes before coming out. Chapter 361. The travel agency was quite close to the train station. As soon as Yi Qian walked out of the travel agency, she suddenly heard a search broadcast from the train station. The broadcast was looking for a girl named Yi Qian. Student, short-haired, 165 centimeters tall. Name, identity, hairstyle, height, all of these were possible. Yi Qian froze for a moment as she held on to her luggage and thought of a possibility. Could it be that Uncle Chen knew from Grandpa Zhen that she was coming and came to get her early in the morning? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Qian ran to the broadcasting room of the train station as fast as the wind after hearing it. The broadcast room was in the train station. Yi Qian found a staff member. The staff member looked at her student ID and took out his walkie-talkie to contact the broadcast room. Broadcast room, Yi Qian is in Gate A of the train station lobby. Yi Qian is in Hall A of the train station lobby. After repeating this, he said to Yi Qian, just wait here. The person looking for you will be here soon. He looked at Yi Qian and said sternly, children shouldn't run around. The train station is crowded and messy. Someone like you who is fair and clean, and also a student, is a perfect target for human traffickers. He treated Yi Qian as a child who had been separated from her parents. She didn't argue and accepted the kind reminder politely, I'm sorry for the trouble. Then I'll just wait here, right? Stand on my side. Don't run around. The staff member was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He probably had a child around Yi Qian's age at home. He spoke as if he was reprimanding his own child. It will take about 10 minutes to get here from the broadcast room. Just wait here, okay? Yi Qian always gave people the impression that she was well-behaved and obedient, especially when she smiled. When her clear eyes curved into crescents, she was the standard image of a well-behaved girl. She quickly nodded and didn't say anything. The staff member didn't have the heart to say anything more. Instead, he softened his tone and said, you students don't know anything. You think you're an adult now that you've grown up. How much do you know about the evil in people's hearts? Uncle isn't scolding you on purpose. I'm just reminding you. She smiled slightly. Although she was standing obediently to the side, she was like a winter plum blossom swaying with a faint fragrance. She was proud and elegant. Little fox, your appearance is really bewitching. Fortunately, I met you in the mountains and saw your boldness. Otherwise, I might have been fooled by your obedient appearance. Yi Jian, who was chatting with the staff, suddenly felt a gaze full of tenderness fall on her from the front. She thought it was Headmaster Chen, so she looked up happily. Her palm-sized lotus face was smiling, like the dew on a lotus leaf in the morning, so clear and pure. Uncle was already at the tip of her tongue, but she quickly swallowed the word back down her throat. Yi Qian was shocked when she saw who was looking at her. A handsome man stood in front of her. His features were handsome, and he exuded a noble aura. He was wearing khaki trousers made of linen and a pure white shirt. It was casual wear, but on him, it not only made him look casual, but also incomparably elegant. It had been more than a year since she saw the dangerous man she had forgotten. Yi Jian's heart skipped a beat when she saw him again. Her reaction was, why is he here? Chapter 362. The staff member looked at Yi Qian, then turned to look at the man walking over. She laughed and said, your brother is here. Hurry, stick close to your brother next time. Don't get separated again. You're making people worry. She mistook Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan as a pair of siblings. There was no other reason other than the fact that the two of them had a similar temperament. They were like steel and spears, exuding a biting cold aura. Before she could explain, Xia Jinyuan, who was dressed casually, walked over and politely apologized to the staff member. Sorry for the trouble. Even the words he used were the same as Yi Qian's. What made Yi Qian feel most awkward was that after taking 2 steps, the staff member turned back to look and muttered, what kind of parents do they look like to have such a pair of good-looking children? They're a little too handsome. Both of them had sharp ears and eyes. No matter how soft the staff member's voice was, they could hear it clearly. The man who was as white as snow in spring laughed. The staff member was quite thoughtful. Wasn't he her brother? However, the word brother was different from the word brother. He really wanted to hear her call him brother. You're stunned just because I'm here? Xia Jinyuan's clear voice came slowly. There was a hint of a smile in his voice, and it was as intoxicating as wine. Brother came from afar. Why is my little sister so cold? She didn't even give me a warm hug. There was no warmth, no surprise, and no surprise. Her expression only said, why are you here? Her indifference made Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her for a few hours, feel sad. His little fox, you're really cruel. Even if it was an old friend meeting, there should at least be a little surprise. However, she was so unique. Why did he even appear in front of her? Yi Qian choked on the words, brother, and little sister. Her fair face flushed red. She glanced at him and said calmly, I don't have a brother. Captain Xia, don't randomly acknowledge people as family. It had been a year since they last met, but Xia Jinyuan was still the same Xia Jinyuan from a year ago. He was still flirting with her and teasing her. I'm older than you, so it's fine for you to call me brother. The shade of crimson on her face was truly breathtaking, not a bit more, not a bit less. Her natural beauty was perfect with light makeup and heavy makeup. The smile on Xia Jinyuan's face deepened. He hadn't seen her for more than a year, and the little fox had grown up again. The familiar Xia Jinyuan was back. Yi Qian was alarmed. He discreetly put some distance between them and said calmly, I'm not used to calling other people big brother. Also, why are you here? Did Uncle Chen come with you? When she spoke, she calmed herself down. Because of the man in front of her, Yi Qian felt that time had treated him too well. He was not a soldier serving in the military, but a young man who was as white as snow in spring. He was elegant and radiant. His calm tone concealed Yi Qian's intention to put some distance between them. Just as Xia Jinyuan thought, she was not surprised at all when facing him. Xia Jinyuan, who quickly recovered from his sadness, raised his eyebrows and naturally took the luggage in her hand. He smiled and said, Uncle Chen is very busy now. It takes some time to get used to a new working environment. He's not free today, so he asked me to pick you up at the train station. Uncle Chen is not free? How would he know? Yi Qian stopped and did not immediately follow him. Xia Jinyuan took 2 steps forward and realized that she was still standing in the same place. He smiled and walked back. Chapter 363. With his other hand holding the luggage, he freed up his right hand, which was beside Yi Qian's shoulder. He skillfully raised his right hand and wrapped it around Yi Qian's slender shoulder. This time, I have to keep a close eye on you. I almost lost you just now. Luckily, there's a broadcast. Otherwise, where would I have found you? How am I going to explain this to Uncle Chen when I get back? While Yi Qian kept her gaze forward, she frowned and glanced at the hand on her shoulder. It was slender and beautiful, like the hand that played the piano in the Golden Palace. But she knew how powerful and sharp his movements were when he fired the gun. Uncle Chen said that he works in the provincial capital. He'll come and look for me when school starts. Do you know where Uncle Chen works? Yi Qian frowned but didn't shake off his hand. Even though she didn't like being so close to him, she tolerated it. It was a pleasure to have a guest from afar. She was from the southern province, so she had to maintain the courtesy and reserve of a southern province citizen. Yi Qian's tolerance made the wolf Xia Jinyuan smile. He used Uncle Chen as an excuse to get close to her. She had no choice but to accept it. Uncle Chen's workplace. He said he wanted to give you a surprise, so I can't tell you now. Let's go and have breakfast first. She smelled faintly of soap, which was unique to her. It was a refreshing fragrance. You can't register until 9. It's still early. It was only 6:00, and the sun hadn't driven away the coolness of the night. With Xia Jinyuan's arm around her shoulder, Yi Qian pursed her lips. When they entered a kanji shop, he let go of her and secretly sighed. She waved her hand gently, as if doing so could get rid of the minty smell he left on her. The breakfast shop was doing well. Yi Jian chose a table near the glass wall and sat down. The tables near her were filled with parents accompanying their children to enroll in school. While eating breakfast, the parents did not forget to lecture their children. One moment, they told their children to be bolder in school, the next moment, they told them not to be reckless. Yi Qian smiled helplessly. Poor parents. Sometimes, their words didn't make sense. A boy was annoyed by his parents nagging. He put his spoon in his bowl and retorted, "Mom, can't you let me have breakfast in peace? I'm 16 years old, not 6 years old. I wonder if I'm retarded if you keep saying that." "Fine, fine, fine, I won't say it." When the mother saw this, she immediately gave in and pushed half of the salted duck egg over. "Eat the egg. Go report after you're done." Only parents would accept their children unconditionally. Yi Qian quietly lowered her eyes and chuckled. Just like Uncle Chen and Grandpa Jen, they were strict with her but also unconditionally tolerant of her. Even though she didn't have parents to protect her, she was glad that she had two kind elders who cared about her. Xia Jinyuan, who had just returned from the cashier, stood not far away. He gazed softly at Yi Qian, who was sitting quietly like a painting. His deep eyes were dark like the occasional flickering light in the depths of the ocean. It was so dark that no one could guess what he was thinking at that moment. He walked over and sat across from her. His deep and handsome eyes contained a faint smile. He looked at Yi Qian and smiled. "A bowl of congee, a salted duck egg, and a bowl of youtiao. This is the most sumptuous breakfast I've had this year." Chapter 364. "Do you want to tell me what kind of breakfast I had from February to May?" Yi Qian pulled out a tissue and handed it to him. "You seem to be very hot. You're sweating." There were small beads of sweat on his forehead. Xia Jinyuan didn't take it. Instead, he leaned forward and said with a half-smile, "Since I went through so much trouble to pick you up, can you help me wipe my sweat?" He really wanted to tease her all the time. He knew that she wouldn't dare to do it, but he couldn't help but want to try. Seeing that her hand that was holding the tissue stiffened, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Such a man with such a handsome face balanced the majesty of a soldier and also blended into the atmosphere of the mortal world. He was so lively and elegant. "Hey, I'll do it myself." Xia Jin, who knew when to stop, raised his eyebrows. As he spoke, he reached out to take the tissue from Yi Jian's hand. "You can't even wipe your sweat," a shadow flashed in front of his eyes. The tissue that should have been within his reach was pressed softly against his forehead and pressed down on it. He was completely caught off guard. She really did wipe his sweat for him. "I'm just wiping your sweat. I spent the summer in the army and I've wiped the sweat of countless male soldiers when I was competing with them." Yi Jian purposely used her wrist to block his line of sight, blocking the teasing in his eyes that she couldn't take. She said calmly, "It's just a small matter. Captain Xia, you can just say it next time." Is he still trying to tease me until I feel uncomfortable? I have to let him know that he doesn't think I can't fight back. With a sly smile on his face, Yi Qian wiped his sweat. When he noticed that Xia Jinyuan's expression was a little stiff, his smile became even more sly. "Xia Jinyuan, you finally have a day like this." Xia Jinyuan, who didn't expect to be teased by Yi Qian, laughed. His low and deep laughter was like the strings of a zither, pleasing to the ear. "Not bad. You've improved." Yi Qian gently wiped his forehead from left to right. He understood the meaning behind Xia Jinyuan's words and smiled calmly. "It's normal to improve. Last October, I went to the desert and ate the first raw snake meat in my life. I spent the spring festival in the desert. Captain Xia, if I don't improve, Grandpa Jen and Uncle Chen will be disappointed." Her voice was really clear without a trace of impurity, but the words she said always made him feel helpless. The improvement he was referring to the fact that she dared to occasionally tease him. However, Yi Qian casually turned all of this into her own improvement and the nurturing of her two elders. Look at how interesting it was when the little fox made her move. "Okay, Captain Xia, please accept my gratitude." After he finished wiping his sweat, Yi Qian naturally withdrew his hand. However, Xia Jinyuan was faster. He grabbed her wrist and raised his eyebrows. He smiled and said, "Although soldiers have to be swift and decisive in their work, they still need to be meticulous in all aspects." As he said this, Yi Qian's expression changed slightly. He looked at her vigilantly and didn't withdraw his hand. Although she dared to go against him, she was just a smart and innocent little fox. No matter how sly she would still be at a disadvantage because of her naivety. Xia Jinyuan held her wrist with just the right amount of strength to clamp her wrist. There was a faint smile in his dark eyes. "Little fox, there is sweat on my neck too. You didn't wipe it off." His little fox was at a disadvantage because of her naivety, and he was the one who took advantage of her. If someone else dared to do this, he would have cut off their claws. Chapter 365. How could the wolf, who was full of ideas, let go of the fox in front of him so easily? When they were in the county town of Machadi, he had said that the next time they met, he would ask for some interest. This interest had just begun. Sure enough, when it came to playing a game with him, one could never let one's guard down. Wiping sweat was not a simple task. Smiling, Yi Qian glanced at the hand he was holding, then met his smiling gaze. The more he fought, the braver he became. Yi Qian glanced at the clean tissue, then slowly said, "Captain Xia, you have to let go of my hand first before I can take the tissue." This man had a nasty side to him that always caught her off guard. She thought he would let go, but unexpectedly, he pushed his luck even further. "You can take the tissue with one hand, and you can also wipe your sweat with the other. Do you think I'll cooperate, Captain Xia?" Yi Qian did not try to break free, but kept a faint smile on his face. "If you don't let go, then I'll have to ask you to wipe your sweat yourself, Captain Xia." From the moment he appeared in front of her, the man with the temperament of a mountain had covered up the remaining panic on his face. Also, the sweat that flowed down his neck and into his collar told her that he was indeed in a hurry. Because of this, she did not refuse when he asked her to wipe his sweat, because there was no way she could refuse. His progress was extraordinary. If it was before, the little fox would have said, "Xia Jinyuan, if you don't let go, I'm going to get angry." Then, she would stare at him with her star-like eyes. Her eyes were so clear that only his figure could be seen. Now that they had taken a step, it was even more interesting. He stepped forward, and she met him head-on. It was like a spear against a shield, neither of them had the upper hand. Naturally, he had to let go of her hand. He did not really want her to wipe the sweat on his neck. Xia Jinyuan pulled out the tissue and smiled lazily. "The porridge is here. Fill your stomach first. As for the sweat, I'll wipe it myself." Yi Jian retracted her hand and gently put aside the sweat-soaked tissue that she was still holding in her hand. Naturally, she retracted her hand and hid it under the table. Her fingers were trembling. Just now, her fingertips had inadvertently brushed against his damp forehead. It was as if she had been burned by fire, and her wrist, which he had grabbed, had been burned to the point that she was a little flustered. Going up against Xia Jinyuan again was definitely a game of chess. She had no choice but to put in 120% of her energy and focus on the game with him. However, it was undeniable that such a game was rather satisfying. It only took a few seconds for Xia Jinyuan to wipe off his sweat. Before he could even feel it, the touch of her fingers had already disappeared. Fortunately, he was quick enough to grab her wrist. He could feel the temperature of her skin at such a close distance and reminisce about the delicate touch of her skin. Also, when she looked at him, her eyes were filled with helplessness but would not back down. It was so interesting. Breakfast was served to both of them. Xia Jinyuan was no longer teasing Yi Qian. He even prepared a spoon for her and handed it to her. As if the wind had just blown by, he smiled indifferently and said, "It's still early. Come, tell me about what happened in the desert. Is there anything interesting you can tell me?" He was no longer doing anything that would give her a headache. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief and scooped a spoonful of vegetable porridge. He lowered his gaze and looked at the crystal-clear porridge and the crispy green vegetables. He said indifferently, "There are no interesting things in the desert. There are only dangerous and life-threatening things. quicksand, poisonous snakes, dehydration. I encountered all of them in half a month. Chapter 366. When she recalled the training in the desert, it felt like it had just happened yesterday. When she mentioned the desert, Xia Jinyuan also thought about his 70-day test flight in the desert. During the test flight, there were 2 engine problems and he almost lost his life in the desert. But when she brought it up again, there was no danger in his memories, only joy. A barren land with no life, an endless stretch of yellow sand isolated you from the rest of the world. When I heard travelers passing by, I felt like I was still living on Earth and not in outer space. When Yi Qian talked about those precious memories that would not fade even when she grew old, her whole body lit up. Her eyes were like the sun, full of vigor and vitality, so bright that it made people dizzy. The sun shone gently from behind her, as if she was bathed in holy light. She raised her eyebrows and talked about the various things that happened in the desert. The faint sunlight shone, stunning not only the time but also the people who looked at her. Deputy Qin, sorry to keep you waiting. Outside the glass, a man in a suit and leather shoes jogged over. It was early in the morning and he was still wearing a tie. He ran over to a man who looked especially young from the back. He was also in a suit, but he was as elegant as a kaffir lily. Sorry, I made a mistake at work and did not pick you up on time. The sound of panting and hurried footsteps could be heard clearly through the glass wall. Yi Qian, who was talking, looked outside and saw the figure of a man walking out from the side of the main pillar of the building. His gaze fell on Yi Qian's face. When he walked out from behind the pillar, he smiled slightly, as if to explain that he just happened to be standing behind the pillar to avoid the sun. This was a man who looked as elegant as a poem, and also a man who was very cultured. He was wearing a pair of straight, light brown trousers without a single wrinkle, a white shirt, and a tie of the same series as the trousers. He was formal and elegant in every aspect. Just one look and you could tell that this person was well educated. Yi Qian was stunned. He didn't understand why a stranger would explain himself to him. Outside, the man who was addressed as Vice Qin by the staff smiled faintly. He had excellent etiquette in his bones. It's fine. Everyone in the station knows that I don't know the way. It's my own fault. It has nothing to do with you. Where is the car parked? This way, please. The car is parked on the side of the road. When the staff heard this, even Yi Qian could sense that he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, took another look at him. His deep eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was trying to guess his identity. He looked away faster than Yi Qian. Seeing that her attention was also on the outside, he said in a cool voice, "How long have you been in the desert? You don't look like you've been there for a long time. You don't look like an African." Yi Qian looked up casually, as if he had inadvertently seen the scenery. He looked away and smiled at Xia Jinyuan. "I was there for 4 months. At the time, I didn't think it was very hard. Now that I think about it, it was actually quite hard. The desert is very hard. You were able to endure 4 months. Not bad." He didn't mention that he had also gone to the desert. He had gone to the desert for the country. It was an A-level secret in Red Heart. He couldn't even reveal a word about it to his loved ones. Chapter 367. Yi Qian thought about it, then shook his head and said, "You can't use the word endure. You can't use the word endure when it comes to what you like and what you're interested in. You should use the word enjoy. I really enjoy this process. You've seen my training plan. I like every aspect of it, so I enjoy this process." At the time, he had seen that the training plan was based on the Delta Special Forces training plan. He had also hinted that it might be a little difficult for a young girl to persevere through it. Uncle Chen smiled and replied, "You'll know after you try. You'll know after you try." Actually, Uncle Chen already knew that the little fox in front of him would be able to persevere and enjoy it. Now that he heard her say that she enjoyed the training process with his own ears, Xia Jinyuan finally understood how tough she was. How could Yi Zhifan defeat a little fox like her just by messing with her? Did he want to continue messing with the little fox's exams this year? Wasn't he afraid of ruining his own career? Xia Jinyuan drove over, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He waited for the surrounding customers to disperse before his elegant smile faded a little and he said, Yi Zhifan has someone backing him up. Little fox, try not to meet him alone in the future. But you don't have to worry. Principal Chow of the provincial first high school is not a simple person. Once you enter the school, he won't be able to make things difficult for you. Yi Qian's eyelids twitched slightly as he gently placed the salted eggshell in his hand on the table. His gaze was fixed on Xia Jinyuan, who had revealed a lot of information in a casual tone. He pursed his lips slightly and said in a deep voice, Captain Xia, do you know something? Yi Qian's sharp senses made Xia Jinyuan ponder for a moment before he said, before your exam, Yi Zhifan contacted someone from the Municipal Education Bureau. After the exam was closed, he contacted this person again. But he is indeed someone. Just because of a few words, he immediately realized that your exam wasn't something he could interfere with and immediately gave up. He even let someone from the Municipal Education Bureau have a taste of his medicine. Xia Jinyuan's deep and cold eyes stared at the inexperienced girl who had a hard shell to protect herself. He said softly, word by word, so, little girl, you need to avoid him. Don't go head-to-head with him before your wings are fully grown. Because he has someone backing him up, right? Yi Jian narrowed her eyes slightly. Her indifferent expression made it seem as if she already knew some key points. She smiled faintly and said, that's why he can be promoted so quickly. It's because someone is supporting him, right? Her sharp senses and expression made Xia Jinyuan's eyes change slightly. She was unusually sharp and could see the crux of the problem at a glance. She could even calmly say that Yi Zhifan had someone backing him up. Why did it feel like she already knew? Xia Jinyuan nodded with some doubts in his heart. The smile on his handsome face had long disappeared and was replaced by a serious and cold expression. That's right. It's precisely because he has someone backing him up that you absolutely can't go head-to-head with him. So there really is someone backing him up. Yi Qian slightly lowered his gaze. The corners of his mouth curved and his eyes gradually darkened. In her previous life, Yi Zhifan's official career had been smooth sailing up until her death. He had gone from a small-town mayor to the second-in-command of a large province. If there had been no help in between, how could he have risen so quickly? And how could Ying have married into a prestigious family and become a young mistress? Chapter 368. As for Uncle Zhen, he had also avoided Yi Zhifan. After transferring her household registration, he had never interacted with Yi Zhifan again. From this, it could be seen that Uncle Zhen probably knew a little about him. In the end, when Uncle Chen left the school, wasn't it also to avoid the sharp edge? For her, the two elders had taught her to be self-reliant and independent. Only then could she go further and reach the peak that even Yi Ying could not reach. She could reach the peak where no one could threaten her. Putting all these things together, it was clear to her that Yi Zhifan had someone backing him up. And she had to be so strong that even the person backing him couldn't do anything about it. Yi Zhifan was in politics, and she was in the military. As long as she had a firm foothold in the military, even if someone wanted to touch her, they would have to think twice about it. After Xia Jinyuan confirmed his suspicions, Yi Qian felt a lot more relaxed. He raised his head and smiled faintly. I've never met him head-on. Last year, No. 1 middle school's actions made me realize that no matter how good my grades were, I would still be under his control if I stayed in school. So, I tore up my acceptance letter and left AY City. Yi Zhifan's current sphere of influence is still limited to the city. As for the province, from the moment I received the acceptance letter from the provincial No. 1 middle school, I knew that his influence had yet to reach the province. No matter how fast he gets promoted, it's impossible for him to get promoted every 2 years. As for me, before he reaches the province, I will leave Nan province. At this point, Yi Qian paused for a moment. Under Xia Jinyuan's increasingly gloomy gaze, he leisurely said, I won't meet him head-on, but I have to let him know that I, Yi Qian, am not someone who can be easily bullied. With Yi Jifan's cautious and suspicious personality, he must also be wondering if I have someone backing me up. After weighing the pros and cons, his actions in the open will only become smaller and smaller, but his actions in the dark will also have to be wary of my backer. Why is he so certain that I have someone backing me up? It's very simple. I'm sure Xia Jinyuan has already guessed it. Not only did he guess it, but he also felt it. The little fox in front of him was indeed a fox. If it continued to be so smart, it would ascend to the heavens. She made use of Yi Jifan's suspicions to reveal her strength step by step in front of him. She even told Yi Jifan that she wasn't worried about not being able to go to school at all. Of course, she wasn't worried. How could someone as smart as her not be able to go to school? Even if in the eyes of others, Yi Qian had fallen on hard times and had to stop studying, in the end, she used a year to complete the Special Forces training and returned to school to retake the exam. She used her own strength to tell everyone that Yi Qian was not someone who would admit defeat easily. Thinking of this, Xia Jinyuan casually leaned back in his chair and asked with a smile, aren't you afraid that Yi Jifan will really tamper with your exam papers? When 3 people form a wall, public opinion can melt metal. I handed in my exam papers early and solved the questions in front of so many invigilators and school leaders. After the exam, the students from the other schools also knew about my performance, Yi Qian. Yi Jifan wants to tamper with my exam papers. If the person who agreed to his request isn't stupid, they'll know that it won't go according to his wishes after a little investigation. Moreover, when I came back, Principal Chow personally told me that regardless of my results, I can still go to number 1 middle school in the province. Last year, Director Li of number 1 middle school in the capital also wrote to me. As long as I'm willing to return to school, I can use his recommendation letter to enroll in number 1 middle school. Chapter 369. I have a way out and someone to prove me. Moreover, I passed the exam with my own hard work. Besides, Yi Jifan hasn't reached a place of great power yet. What do I have to be afraid of? When she spoke, her voice was like glittering jewels and jade, clear and melodious. Her features were picturesque, like green mountains and clear waters. This was her spirit. Her gaze was clear, but the ripples in her eyes were like the waves of the sky. She had a lofty and oppressive aura, but it faded away with a smile. The only thing that could be seen was her attitude and her arrogance. This was her soul. Xia Jinyuan smiled. His elegant and handsome face was as gentle as water. He looked at her with his deep black eyes, which were full of amazement. So, this time, regardless of whether Yi Jifan did anything to you, you can still study in a famous school, right? There was a subtle sigh in his voice. Xia Jinyuan was sighing at himself for doing something unnecessary. He contacted the army and sent 2 captains, but they were captured by the career woman and became her bodyguards in exchange for special privileges for Little Fox's exam papers. A teacher, 2 captains, and a notary personally escorted her to the provincial government to mark her exam papers. Then, the Provincial Education Bureau hid Little Fox's scores. Unimportant people, even the city's education bureau, couldn't find out. He didn't want her to know about these things. He just wanted her to have a smoother life. Who knew, his little fox didn't need any of this at all. She could handle it herself. Yi Qian finished the last bite of the deep-fried dough stick and wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue. She looked at the man who was eating elegantly and said meaningfully, as long as I can think of something, I can do it well. I don't need to rely on others. Captain Xia, I like to rely on my own hands and not others. You're right. It's better to rely on yourself than on others. This is why I admire you. Xia Jinyuan pretended not to hear the meaning behind her words. He picked up the car keys on the table and said, "We can leave after we finish eating. I have 3 days to rest. There's no need to rush to finish talking." He got up and left, leaving Yi Qian with a view of his tall and sexy back. He didn't give her a chance to continue the conversation. Yi Qian furrowed her brows and had no choice but to follow him. He was always like this. Even though she had made it so clear, he would still be able to pull out 1,000 caddies with just 4 taels of silver. Xia Jinyuan knew very well that he would not be able to spend the next 3 days with this cunning fox if he didn't brush it off lightly. During breakfast, he was amazed by every step Yi Qian took. Every step she took was so steady that it was like the foundation stone of a skyscraper, unshakable. What made him even more amazed was her temperament. She had cultivated both inside and outside to the point where her smile was elegant and her coldness was oppressive. Both her spirit and soul had been greatly tempered. Only 16 years old, she was only 16 years old. Growing up in such a difficult environment, her temperament should have been developed long ago. However, she didn't. After she walked out, it was as if she had washed away all the dirt on her body and was reborn on her own path. When they walked out of the breakfast shop, the sun was a little too bright. The ladies walking around had already opened their umbrellas. For a girl like Yi Qian who spent all her time in the military camp, an umbrella had never appeared in her bag. Xia Jinyuan wanted to remind her, but when he saw her straight legs under her hot pants, which were so fair that they reflected the sun's light, he realized that she didn't need an umbrella. Rolling in the desert, passing through the jungle, camping in the military camp. Her legs were as white and tender as tofu under the sun and wind. Chapter 370. It wasn't a long drive from the train station to the school. Yi Qian arrived at the school before 8:00. Registration was supposed to start at 9:00, but the school had already started at 8:00. Yi Qian did not ask for Xia Jinyuan's help. She went through the admission procedures by herself. Then, she looked back at the words, Provincial No. 1 Middle School, that were shining under the sun. She did not expect that she would choose this school in the end. She chose the Provincial No. 1 Middle School that was 18 hours away from home. Xia Jinyuan watched as she walked towards him under the sun. Her short hair danced in the sun like a musical note. She walked calmly among the students coming and going. He could tell from the bright smile on her face that she liked the school as much as she liked the army. "Put your luggage away first. Where are you assigned to your dorm?" When she came closer, Xia Jinyuan, who had been waiting for her, smiled seductively and took out a school map. "The boys' dorm is here, and the girls' dorm is near Swan Lake. Which one is yours?" Yi Qian only had an admission form in his hand and nothing else. When she heard him, she said cheekily, "The dorm hasn't been assigned yet. It'll be done in a few days. I have to look for Principal Chow first." "Captain Xia, why don't you?" "What? Have you learned to kick me to the curb? Uncle Chen told me that I have to deliver you to him personally." Xia Jinyuan saw through her little scheme. She wanted to chase him away. His gaze darkened, and even his voice deepened. "I, Xia Jinyuan, never break my promises. I'll keep my promises." Xia Jinyuan didn't smile, and his expression was cold. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She looked away and pursed her lips. After a while, she said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Captain Xia." Sigh, if he didn't be serious with her and continued to smile with her, he would definitely be kicked out of school. He didn't use all his tricks when facing enemies, but when facing her, he really had to use all his tricks. However, it was indeed very interesting. The more she wanted to escape, the more he wanted to get closer. 16, 17, 18 years old. Even if he was 60, 70, 80 years old, he would still approach her tirelessly. He was so outstanding, and he could become a comrade who could fight side by side with him. It was difficult for him to give up. Principal Chow was having a small meeting with several school leaders and a teacher in his office. The main topic of the meeting was Yi Qian. Faced with Class 1's form teacher's question, Principal Chow smiled and said, "Oh, you, don't try to bargain with me after getting what you want. Didn't Teacher Zhu already tell you?" "What? You want to take advantage of me? You were the one who fought for Yi Qian. Back then, I didn't want to go overboard and hand her over to you. She's the famous Abbess Miju in the school. I'm afraid you'll drive her away." Teacher Miju, Teacher Tong, was a special grade teacher. She was also the treasurer of the province's #1 high school. Together with the math teacher, Teacher Zhu, they sent out 40 key undergraduates and 14 second-tier undergraduates. There were 62 students in the class. Other than those who studied abroad, all of them were on the list. Teacher Tong didn't give the name Abbess Miju by her classmates, but she gave it to herself. It actually meant that she didn't make the list. In her class, there was no such thing as failing the list. Teacher Tong was in her early 50s. She was a cheerful teacher. She wasn't like the other form teachers who always put on a poker face. She always had a smile on her face, and she had the dignity of a teacher and the kindness of an elder. Chapter 371. Teacher Tong glanced at the newly appointed librarian, Old Shen, who was qualified to attend the meeting. She spoke slowly and with a smile, "Principal, do you already know what I'm going to say before I even mention it? Come on, tell me. Let me listen." Hearing this, Principal Chow pretended to be all ears. He laughed and said, "Let's see what Teacher Tong, who is the most popular student in our school, wants to fight for her student." Teacher Tong was the most popular student in the school. Sometimes, her students would even call her Sister Tong. This was enough to show how good Teacher Tong was in the eyes of her classmates. "If Yi Qian comes to our class, other than free tuition, can you give her priority in the competitions and activities? Every activity will give her a certain amount of scholarship. Rather than sponsoring her for free, I think it would be better to stimulate her motivation to study and let her know the benefits of studying can also improve her life." She was really thinking from the perspective of the students. Principal Chow nodded and agreed with her suggestion. At that time, there was only one reason why he did not consider arranging Yi Qian to be in her class, and this reason could not be told. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door, followed by a low and steady voice. "Is Principal Chow here?" "I'm Xia Jinyuan." Xia Jinyuan. Principal Chow, who was in the middle of a meeting, glanced at the newly appointed librarian and said, "Old Chen, you know this comrade Xia. Is he looking for you? I met with him yesterday and asked him to pick up Yi Qian this morning." Old Chen, who was also Principal Chen, was now an idle librarian in the provincial first high school. He stood up and smiled at Teacher Tong. "It should be Yi Qian. Teacher Tong, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. She's very brave and has no stage fright." In order to not fall behind Yi Qian's training, Principal Chen declined the position of director and became a librarian who had nothing to do after work, especially during the winter and summer vacations. The door opened and several school leaders filed out. When they saw Yi Qian, they smiled and left with the dignity of a leader. Come in, come in. Major Xia, come in and have a seat." Principal Chow politely shook hands with Xia Jinyuan. When he saw Yi Qian behind him, he couldn't stop smiling. Last year, he was still lamenting the fact that his school had lost a good student. In the end, this flower still fell into the hands of the provincial #1 high school. Looking at Yi Qian, who had grown taller and had a calmer temperament, she said, "Classmate Yi Qian, I feel much more at ease now that you're here. Come in and have a seat. Your future homeroom teacher, Teacher Tong, is also here." And Principal Chow leaned sideways so that Yi Qian, who was looking straight ahead, could look up and look in the direction Principal Chow was pointing at. "Old Shen has been waiting for you for a long time. If you didn't come, I'm afraid he would have gone to the train station to pick you up himself. Principal Chen, who was wearing the school staff name tag, walked over and laughed as he looked at the dumbfounded girl. He said to Teacher Tong, "This child didn't know that I came to the provincial number 1 high school. I didn't tell her all this time. Now she's in shock." She couldn't be in shock, right? So the reason why Uncle Jen was so confident in leaving her alone was because Principal Chen was also at the provincial number 1 high school. Teacher Tong was familiar with Yi Qian. Last year, Yi Qian had left a deep impression on her during the provincial number 1 high school's intensive training. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought so hard to get a student into her class. Chapter 372. Yi Qian, who had a photographic memory, recognized Teacher Tong. After a while, the two of them started chatting happily. On the other side, Principal Chen and Xia Jinyuan were already shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. On the other side, Teacher Tong was already asking about Yi Qian. She was a very kind teacher. At 50 years old, she had a pair of gentle but stern eyes. She asked about everything from Yi Qian's life to his studies to his personal problems. Teacher Tong also liked the quiet and strong student in front of her very much. She smiled the entire time and said, "All of us have looked at your test papers. Not only can you keep up with the class, you can even directly enter the 3rd year of high school. Class will officially start tomorrow. You will enter the classroom with me and give a simple self-introduction. I will also give you a list of your classmates in advance. You can look at it in advance. But don't worry, the arts and science classes have been separated. Our class is also a new class." She had once met an extremely unreliable form teacher who even wanted to destroy a student for his own selfish reasons. Then she looked at the teacher in front of her, who was always considerate of her students. They were both teachers, but the difference in their ethics was like heaven and earth. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I don't have many difficulties in life, but if there is anything I don't understand in my studies, I will need your help." The more polite she was, the more the teacher liked her. "Good, good, good. You are indeed a good student. Then come to the office later and get the list of your classmates from me." Teacher Tong gently patted the back of Yi Qian's hand. She stood up and said to Principal Chow, "Principal Chow, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Yi Qian had met such a virtuous teacher in high school. He could already foresee that her high school life, which she had never experienced before, would definitely be colorful. After Teacher Tong left, Principal Chow walked out from behind his desk and sat down in the meeting room. He looked at Yi Qian with a slightly serious expression. "There is something I need to tell you in advance. You have to be mentally prepared before you go to the classroom tomorrow." For some reason, Yi Qian instinctively looked at Xia Jinyuan. It was as if looking at him would make him feel more at ease. Coincidentally, Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know what was going on, also looked over. Their eyes met across Principal Chen for a moment, and Yi Qian hurriedly looked away when Xia Jinyuan gave him a playful smile. Why was she looking at him out of nowhere? Yi Qian, who had been caught red-handed, felt a little annoyed. He collected himself and asked calmly, "Please speak. I'm listening." Yi Ying is also in the provincial first high school. You know that, right? Principal Chow didn't lay out any foreplay. Instead, he went straight to the point. "My original intention was to put you in Class 6. It's a class where the learning atmosphere isn't too tense, and the class teacher in charge of Class 2 isn't too bad either. But after Teacher Tong saw the name of the class, she defeated the heroes and won you over to her class. Because of this, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 still has some opinions about Teacher Tong." The reason why he used the phrase, "defeated the heroes," was because Teacher Tong had already argued with the school leaders. She also tried to convince the class teacher to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. For some reason, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 actually agreed to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. By the time she realized what had happened, it was already a foregone conclusion. Teacher Tong has taught 12 graduating classes. She has 24 years of experience as a class teacher. With her as your class teacher, I can rest assured. The only thing I am worried about is that you will be in the same class as Yi Ying. Chapter 373. That was the reason why Principal Chao couldn't say that he wanted to transfer Yi Qian to the 6th class. Yi Qian, who thought it was a big deal, laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if we're in the same class or not in the same school. So what if we're in the same class? It's not a big deal. I think it's not that I don't want to see her. She should be the one who doesn't want to see me." Xia Jinyuan laughed as well. It was indeed not a big deal, but his handsome face tensed up slightly, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had to be careful. It seemed that he had to trouble his strong female cousin. Looking at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. Remembering that he had something to do at noon, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, I've successfully completed my task, but I still have something to take care of, so I won't be able to accompany you for lunch. Goodbye." As he spoke, he stood up. His tall and slender body made the 3 people sitting in front of him look down at him. When Yi Jian saw his handsome chin, the memory of him asking her to wipe the sweat on her neck flashed through her mind. Her expression was a little unnatural. When his gaze landed on her, Yi Qian, who had finally relaxed, suddenly tensed up. She quickly stood up and said, "Then I'll see Captain Xia out. Uncle Chen, Principal Chao, I'll go look for Teacher Tong later. I'll also go back to the dormitory to pack my luggage." Xia Jinyuan was a little surprised that she took the initiative to see him out. Then, she pushed him out of the office. When he heard her slam the door shut like a thief, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to understand why she took the initiative. "Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen when I hear you laugh?" Yi Jian's ears were a little red. Just now, she was afraid that he would say something like, "See you tonight, little fox," again. In a moment of desperation, she didn't care too much. She pushed his back with both hands and impolitely left the office. At this moment, Yi Jian's hands, which were still warm from his body temperature, were placed behind her back. Her fingers moved unnaturally. Yi Jian knew that her face was burning to the point that even her ears were red. Unnaturally, she stubbornly met his gaze. Her pupils clearly reflected his exquisitely sculpted handsome face. Perhaps the school was a place that was filled with innocence and made it easy for people to calm down. Yi Jian suddenly realized that the eyes of the man whom she had not seen for more than a year were darker than before. They were as dark as a bottomless abyss. She looked at the pair of eyes that were as vast as the sea. They could hold the world and everything in it. Time had been kind to him. It did not leave any traces on his jade-like handsome face, but it had imperceptibly increased his aura. Back then, he had a piercingly cold aura that made all living things in the forest crawl. Now, there was a layer of profoundness on top of that. When he raised his eyes, the light that burst out from his eyes was unstoppable, with a might that made people unable to disobey. He was a soldier who had cultivated the prestige of the nation and made people tremble in fear. Is this a gift? Or not? Why, are you still thinking about whether you want to go back on your word? She just stared at him with her beautiful brows furrowed. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and stroked her brows with his warm fingertips. Why do you frown so much at such a young age? Be careful that you don't get wrinkles between your brows before you get old. He was so quick that Yi Qian only had time to tilt her head slightly. Because she was too engrossed in looking at him, his fingers stroked her brows. Chapter 374. His warm fingers miraculously smoothed her furrowed brows. She tilted her head, took a step to the side, and escaped from his gentle touch. Yi Qian, whose mouth was a little dry, said calmly, "Captain Xia, don't you have other things to do? Let's go. I have to go to Teacher Tong's office later." Like a frightened deer, she only wanted to leave the hunting area as soon as possible. Xia Jinyuan, who saw her unnatural behavior and escape, smiled faintly and walked down the stairs leisurely. The car did not stop at the campus. Instead, it stopped at the entrance of the campus. After they got downstairs, Xia Jinyuan said lazily, "I left a gift for you in the car and forgot to take it. Little girl, you have to accompany me to the school gate." He easily blocked Yi Qian's excuse of only walking him downstairs, so she had no choice but to follow him obediently. Xia Jinyuan could be said to be self-taught when it came to creating more time for each other. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the sun was already quite bright. Groups of students came and went in the school. Parents carried boxes, mats, buckets, and boxes, and the whole school was bustling with activity. No matter how hot the weather was, it could not take away the smiles on everyone's faces. The scenery at the school was very beautiful. After all, it was a famous school with 100 years of history, so the scenery was incomparable to that of ordinary schools. When Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan stop by a broken wall, her heart tightened. She pretended not to see him and continued to walk forward. Xia Jinyuan looked at her, hurried back and laughed. How much did this sly little fox not want to spend another minute with him? What should she do? She didn't want to, but she couldn't stop him from wanting to. One walked in a hurry, while the other walked unhurriedly, taking advantage of his long legs. Fortunately, it was the registration day, so the students and parents who came and went were only concerned with their own things and did not pay much attention to them. Otherwise, one was handsome, and the other was beautiful. Who knew how much attention they would receive? Later, I'll go see Teacher Tong with Dad and ask her out for a meal tonight. You'll be assigned to Key Class 1. You must have a good relationship with the class teacher. A familiar voice with a completely different tone drifted out from the crowd. Yi Qian, who had been hurrying along, stopped in his tracks. He stood under the shade of a tree and swept his cold gaze over. She saw Yi Zhifan carrying his luggage and walking past her with Yi Ying in tow. Behind them, Sun Dongqing was talking to a few of her classmates' mothers. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself. As for Yi Ying, he had not seen her for more than a year, and she had grown a lot taller. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a light blue denim dress. In terms of appearance, her temperament was much better than that of her classmates. Another thing was that she was much fairer than she was in her previous life. It was true that whiteness could cover up all ugliness. She looked much prettier than before. He was in the same class. Very good, he was back to his junior high school life. Fortunately, he didn't meet Teacher Ku. Yi Qian smiled coldly and looked away. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan walked up and said, "At least you have the conscience to wait for me." It seemed to be another beautiful misunderstanding. His tall figure happened to block Sun Dongqing's unintentional gaze. "Yi Ying's mother, what are you looking at? Your Ying is waiting for you in front." One of the parents greeted her warmly and said with a hint of flattery, "I didn't expect my daughter to be in the same class as Ying again. Ying, please guide her in the future, especially." Chapter 375. Amidst the compliments, Sun Dongqing retracted her gaze and smiled. "It's my duty, it's my duty." Could it be that her eyes were playing tricks on her? Why did it seem like she just saw Yi Qian, that wretched girl? She must be seeing things. How could that wretched girl appear in a century-old school? Bah! With how she disdained even dogs, it would be strange if the provincial high school recruited her. After walking a few steps away, Xia Jinyuan, who was blocking her line of sight, discreetly turned back to look at the plump woman. His eyes narrowed dangerously. They bumped into each other on the first day of school. It seemed that little Fox would have to continue to battle of wits and courage with this family in high school. Fortunately, little Fox was not one to be taken advantage of. Subduing Yi Ying in school was a small matter. The car was scorched by the sun. When the car door opened, a wave of heat hit them in the face. Yi Qian was forced to take a few steps back from the heat. She quickly grabbed Xia Jinyuan, who was bending over to get into the car. "Wait a minute, it's too hot." Her grab was a little too forceful. Xia Jinyuan was focused on his upper body, so he did not expect her to use so much force. With her forceful pull, his entire body actually fell into Yi Qian's arms. Xia Jinyuan, who rarely watched romance dramas, knew that this kind of action was usually done by the man, and the woman should be the one to fall. It was definitely not like his role had been reversed. The situation before him had developed into something he did not want to see the most. Fortunately, he had good waist strength. With Yi Qian's timely reaction, he used the force of her arm to stand up. With lightning speed, he successfully hugged Yi Qian as his support and forcefully turned the situation around. Yi Qian could only be dumbfounded. She really did not know that in a moment of desperation, she had pulled a major so hard that he almost fell into her arms. Afraid that he would embarrass himself, she hurriedly raised her hand and blocked with her arm. Meeting Xia Jinyuan, this nemesis, Yi Qian sometimes felt anxious about her own intelligence. What was she trying to block with her arm? Wasn't he waiting for her to take the initiative to hug him? The moment Yi Qian stretched out his arm, he regretted it. Just as he was feeling a little regretful, what happened next made him even more regretful. Xia Jinyuan was so skillful that he managed to turn what was supposed to be an embarrassing situation into a situation where he hugged her tightly and pressed his entire body against hers. She was trying her best to straighten her body to prevent both of them from falling, while he was trying his best to hug himself tightly to prevent both of them from falling. From an unexpected beginning to an unexpected end. Although the process was dangerous, there was an unexpected and pleasant ending. Xia Jinyuan did not let go immediately. He was a man, a mature man. It was normal for him to be reluctant to let go of the little fox in his arms. That was close. I almost made a fool of myself today. Xia Jinyuan whispered into her ear in a frightened tone, "Little girl, you're quite strong. I was just getting into the car to get something. You didn't have to use so much strength as if you were trying to save me. Actually, if it was any other time, it would not have been possible." The main reason was that he was not on guard at the time. I didn't do it on purpose. I just used a little more strength than usual. Yi Qian was also quite frightened. Being held in his arms, he did not know what to do. His arms were wide open and completely, he did not dare to place them on any part of his body. Chapter 376. She blushed and panicked. All she could do was apologize. "I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Captain Xia, if you stand firm, it'll be troublesome. Let go of my hand, it's a little hot, and there are so many people watching. It's quite embarrassing." Hugging was embarrassing in Yi Qian's eyes, but Xia Jinyuan felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. How could it be embarrassing? It wasn't hot either. Her body was very cold, and there was not a trace of sweat on it. The fragrance that he had smelled in the morning was still there, and it was so cool that it seemed to have washed away the heat. Also, the benefits of growing taller came. In the past, he had to bend down to hug her, but now, he only needed to slightly tighten his chest and use a comfortable posture to hug her completely in his arms. They met when she was 14 years old. 2 years had passed, and at 16 years old, she had already grown into a slender and elegant girl who would make any boy infatuated with her. "Captain Xia, hurry and stand up." Yi Qian, who was feeling hot all over, couldn't help but poke his firm back with a finger. His muscles were lean and tight, and even if he poked with a finger, he could feel the hidden strength in his body. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and took a deep breath next to her neck. Then, he stood up as usual and looked at the embarrassed Yi Qian with a half-smile. He sighed and said, "I almost fell down. Little fox, you're deliberately trying to embarrass me, aren't you?" No, Yi Qian quickly shook his head and explained seriously, I didn't mean anything else. I just felt that it was too hot in the car and you would feel uncomfortable in it, so I didn't think too much about it and pulled you up. The only thing I miscalculated was my strength. Also, I didn't expect Captain Xia to not be on guard at all. After explaining, his face turned even redder. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to leave anymore. His clear voice deepened, and it was as intoxicating as red wine. You were so worried about me? Huh? His voice dragged out, and it was like a lingering drunken kiss, filled with a sexy aftertaste. It's not that I'm worried, but I think it can wait. Fortunately, Yi Qian's state of mind was stable. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's teasing, he immediately responded, Captain Xia, please don't think too much. She was cute when she was alert, cute when she was shy, and cute when she was angry. In short, the more he looked at her, the more he loved her. The more he loved her, the more he looked. Instead of getting any closer, Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and rubbed her head with a smile. He pointed at the car and asked, Comrade Yi Qian, may I ask if I can get into the car to pick up my present for you? She was his comrade in arms, and their statuses were equal. If she remembered him, she would recognize him as her comrade in arms. The word comrade sounded better than any other beautiful words. Yi Qian's eyes curved like crescent moons. Comrade, please get in the car. Make sure there's no problem. Her serious answer made Xia Jinyuan laugh again. This was a dangerous yet elegant man. He was also a strategist. He was a man who exuded nobility from head to toe. He wouldn't be too far away from you, but he would always be a step away from you that you couldn't get close to. His etiquette was impeccable, but you knew very well that this wasn't because he was close to you, but because of his upbringing. When he smiled, he was very gentle and stunning, but the luxurious aura he exuded didn't change at all. This was a man of a certain status. Seeing him smile, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. His smile made her feel very comfortable. It was warm, without a trace of aggression. It was very sincere and warm. Chapter 377. The gifts he gave were still books, 3 thick books. Yi Jian took them and laughed. Poor books. They're almost burning from the roasting. Thank you, Captain Xia, I like them very much. There was no gift more precious than books, not to mention the military books that she liked. It's good that you like them. Read them carefully. I'll mail you some professional military books on time. As for the books in the library, you can take a look at the famous generals. Xia Jinyuan had already started the car and turned on the air conditioner so that the heat inside would dissipate faster. Looking at the biography, I recommend the famous World War II General Montgomery. He liked to bet with the soldiers and soldiers in the army. He won the right to command a U.S. bomber including all the crew members. The Battle of El Alamein reversed the situation in North Africa. He was known as the Rat of the Desert. He was also a general who would cry for his soldiers. He shed tears for the young soldiers who had fought bloody battles and sacrificed their lives for the country. Also, little fox, you are very similar to him. General Montgomery did not enjoy motherly love since he was a child, but that did not stop him from becoming a famous general. Yi Qian was fascinated as he listened. He remembered it and nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go to the library to look for books about this general. If you can't find them, I can send them to you next time. The heat in the car had completely dissipated. Xia Jinyuan saw that more than 10 minutes had passed. He had to leave no matter how reluctant he was. Go back to school, I'm leaving. He was a straightforward person. He bent slightly and stepped into the car. He put down the car window and told Yi Qian, I have 3 days off. Little fox, you can make the arrangements tonight. Goodbye. He put down the handbrake, stepped on the gas, and drove away without waiting for Yi Qian's reply. He did not tell Yi Qian why he had to read books about General Montgomery. It was because this was a general who married late. He only met his beloved wife at the age of 38 and married at the age of 40. He said, "As a soldier, I am loyal to my country. As a man, I will not betray my love." This sentence moved Churchill, and he saluted the general. All this required Yi Qian to read and understand in detail why he recommended this book. The car left, leaving behind the smell of gasoline. With his sensitive nose, Yi Qian waved his hand and smiled as he watched the car disappear from his sight. Only then did he turn around and walk back to school. "I'm sorry, but are you a student of the province's number 1 middle school?" A courteous voice came from behind. Yi Qian turned around and looked at the man in front of him. His facial features were exceptionally refined, and even his eyes conveyed that he was a scholar. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly filtered through the memories stored in his brain. He immediately recognized that this was the man he had seen through the glass wall at the breakfast shop in the morning. At that time, she was still thinking that this man was like a poem. No matter where he stood, he was like a painting. "I am. Is there anything I can help you with?" Yi Qian replied with a smile. "I'll try my best to help you." The corners of the man's mouth immediately curled up, and he let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm very sorry, but I need you to lead the way. I want to go to Principal Chow's place. But my sense of direction is very bad. I clearly walked through the school gates, but after walking around once, I ended up walking out of the school grounds." Yi Qian wanted to laugh, but it would be rude to laugh in front of this man. "You want to see Principal Chow, right? I can take you there. But I'll have to trouble you to register with the security guards and then make a phone call." Chapter 378. He was looking for the principal, not a teacher, so he had to go through the formalities. No need. I can contact him now." When the man heard this, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After a while, he smiled and said, "Uncle, I'm at the entrance of your school. Can one of your students please take me there?" "Yes, I met a girl at the entrance. The girl is quite vigilant. She needs me to register at the school security office and give you a call to confirm. Why don't you let her know?" "Uncle." Principal Chow actually had such a big nephew. After Yi Qian confirmed it, he led this man who had an unusually bad sense of direction into the office building. From his appearance and temperament, he didn't look like someone who would get lost easily. When Principal Chow heard that it was her, he immediately said, "Student Yi Qian, you must, seriously, lead my nephew to the office building like he's a pet dog, and send him to my office. He has no sense of direction. He's so bad that he can get lost at a crossroad. He can't remember more than 200 meters away. But, you can't underestimate him. He's a genius who can speak 8 languages. He's the darling of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's much more precious than a pet dog. Please don't lose him." After holding it in for a long time, Yi Qian finally couldn't hold back his laughter when Principal Chow said, "Like he's a pet dog." Luckily, it was just a laugh, and he managed to hold back his laughter with the qualities of a soldier. He took another look at the man who always walked faster than him. He had a strong aura, and he was always one step faster than others. This was a man who was used to walking in front of others. He was also a man who wasn't used to waiting for others. His elegance was only on the surface, but he was also a strong and restrained man. This kind of man was actually born with no sense of direction. He could speak 8 languages, the darling of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "Wrong, we should have turned right." "Sir, you turned left." The man who was walking in an imposing manner suddenly took a step forward and walked in another direction. Yi Qian quickly ran to catch up with him. "This way, we'll reach the bishop's building. That's where the office building is." The man's movements were very natural. It was obvious that he often did this kind of thing. He turned around and smiled apologetically, sorry for the trouble. He was very gentlemanly. His apology was as smooth as flowing water, poetic and beautiful. "No need, it's my job." Yi Qian couldn't accept the frequent apologies, and signaled for him to turn right. He took the initiative to follow behind. Seeing that they were about to reach the office building, the man's expensive mobile phone rang. Even the way he held the phone seemed to have undergone strict training. He took it out calmly and elegantly, and used the standard Mandarin of a television anchor to greet, "Hello." The change in expression and tone only took a second. The gentle-looking man just now still had a smile on his face, and even his tone didn't change. He said with a smile that was as gentle as the wind, in other words, "Now you need me to come forward and pay for your mistakes?" Saying that you haven't interacted with him before is an excuse for you to make mistakes, right? Or do you think that these mistakes can be made up for and that it doesn't matter? His smile and tone didn't change, but his aura changed imperceptibly. It was deep, cold, and serious. It was as if he was a huge wave under an iceberg, and no one knew when it would break out of the ice. Chapter 379. Yi Qian didn't care about these things. What she cared about was, you can talk, but you don't have to turn left as you talk. Yi Qian had no choice but to block the man's way and use her actions to remind him, "You're going the wrong way." A man at work was very serious, and a man who was angry was not to be trifled with. However, a man who was in the middle of a scolding suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. He raised his eyes and glared at Yi Qian with a stern look. The smile on his handsome face was still shallow, but it was no longer poetic and elegant. There was only thunderous hostility. Yi Qian didn't move. She promised Principal Chow that she would be responsible for sending this person to the office. She had to keep her promise. This was her integrity. The man frowned and didn't turn around. Instead, he walked past Yi Qian and continued to turn left, walking in the opposite direction of the office building. Looking at his back, Yi Qian suddenly understood how Captain Xia felt when she chased him away. Fortunately, he was well educated and didn't turn hostile. Take a look at yourself. It's just that you're a little lacking in temperament. Seeing this person in front of you makes you want to fall out with him. It was almost 11 o'clock. Thinking that she still had to look for Teacher Tong, Yi Qian sighed and had no choice but to catch up with him. Once again, she stood in front of the man. You can only bear the consequences of your own mistakes. No one can pay for your mistakes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a matter of the country. From the moment you stand beside the leader, you are shouldering the honor and dignity of the country. It was this sentence that instantly extinguished the fire in Yi Qian's heart. She didn't disturb him anymore. Under the man's sharp gaze, she made way for him and allowed him to turn left as he spoke. After turning a few meters away, the man's Mandarin changed into a foreign language that she had never heard before. It was fluent and firm, but he maintained his politeness. It seemed like he was communicating, but he definitely maintained his dignity. This was a serious and unhurried communication for the sake of his country's dignity. Time passed bit by bit. Although the man was at the end of his road, he was definitely a person who could find beautiful scenery and make himself comfortable. 10 minutes later, he turned to the side of Swan Lake and sat on a long stone bench by the lake. He still used the same polite and dignified way of communicating in a great country. Yi Qian did not sit next to him. Instead, he stood quietly behind him, waiting to save him in time if he did not look where he was going and walked directly into Swan Lake. Fortunately, nothing like that happened until the end of the call. After the man hung up the phone, he did not stand up immediately. Instead, he sat there, exuding a cold and unapproachable aura. He sat there quietly for 5 minutes. Yi Qian saw him raise his head and take a deep breath, seemingly exhausted. He rubbed his face and stood up. After reprimanding the translator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and communicating with the German engineer, Qin Xiu finally realized where he was after he calmed down. Then, he was completely confused and didn't know where he was going. Also, the girl from the provincial first high school who was following behind him just now, the girl he saw in the morning, the girl who stunned him for a long time, was also gone. "Hello, are you done with your work? If you're done, I'll take you to see Principal Chow now." Yi Qian spoke calmly from behind him without a trace of impatience. 37 minutes have passed. I'm sure Principal Chow has been waiting for a long time. Chapter 380. The phone call lasted for a total of 37 minutes. It was not far from 12 o'clock. Qin Xiu turned around with a smile on his handsome face. He apologized naturally and politely, "Sorry for making you wait for so long. And just now, my attitude wasn't very good. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Yi Qian just wanted to send this Buddha away. Even sending a 3-year-old home wasn't this tiring." She wasn't angry at all, which meant that she really didn't care. Qin Xiu pursed his lips and walked over. He sighed in his heart. "Sigh, this is the first time we met. My impression of you is too bad. I have to fix it." As a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu was very good at diplomacy. He quickly found a way to fix it. "We met this morning. Do you remember me?" He reached out his hand. His fingers were long and slender, and his fingers were clean and beautiful. "I'm Qin Xiu. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time." Yi Qian, who didn't like physical contact, only hesitated for a minute and a half before finally reaching out her hand. He was Principal Chow's nephew. Qin Xiu could tell from her half a second of hesitation that the student in front of him didn't like physical contact. He immediately released her hand within 3 seconds and maintained his smile. "I don't know my way around. My sense of direction is always left or right. It's like my brain is separated from my body. I always make the wrong choice." It took courage to openly admit one's mistakes to a stranger. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. He said calmly, "No one is perfect, but Mr. Qin's sense of direction. It's true that you should have someone by your side at all times." Implicitly keeping unspoken words also represented a person's self-restraint. Qin Xiu's smile deepened. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in his hand vibrated. He first said, "Sorry." Then he looked down at his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly again. He said to Yi Qian, "It took us almost 40 minutes to get to the office from the school gate. My uncle probably thinks I've gone missing." His clean fingers pressed the answer button. He said in a cool and elegant voice, "I'm at the school's Swan Lake." Her? Still here. Okay, I'll be right there. I'm begging you, please don't work while walking. Yi Qian still has things to do, so I can't let her follow you around the school. Principal Chow felt that his hair had turned a lot whiter in the past half an hour. It turned out that her name was Yi Qian. It was a very simple name that could be easily memorized after being recited once. Around noon, Qin Xiu did not receive any more calls, and Yi Qian finally sent him to his office without a hitch. Principal Chow was already waiting for him at the door. When he saw him, he quickly walked up to him and said, "Why didn't you bring your entourage? If you go missing in such a big provincial capital, how am I going to explain it to your mother?" When Yi Qian noticed that something was wrong with his expression, he had already left quietly. A person who was being scolded would not want someone else to watch while they were being scolded, so he knew better than to leave. "I took a work call and lost track of time." Qin Xiu did not take it to heart. Because he was not good with directions, he had countless entourages since he was young. In the past, he had no choice, but now, he did not like it. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. "I still have to thank." He turned around to thank Yi Qian, but he realized that the girl who was supposed to be behind him had already left. Chapter 381. She left a long time ago. You're lucky to have met her. She's a very responsible girl. She accompanied you for more than 40 minutes at noon. Principal Chow saw that he was still wearing a bow tie and knew that he had rushed over after finishing his work. Go sit down and relax. I'll arrange a car so we can go out for lunch. What's your schedule in the afternoon? If not, you can go back to the hotel to rest or go out to play. But you have to bring your entourage. Qin Xiu looked away and smiled at his uncle's nagging. Okay, I'll be careful. I want to walk around your school in the afternoon. It's fine if I don't go out. This century-old school has beautiful scenery. If I'm tired, I can sit down and relax. As long as I don't walk out of the school, you don't have to worry. Other than his poor sense of direction, Principal Chow was not worried about anything else. Okay, school just started and I have a lot of things to do. You can walk around the school. When are you flying back to Beijing? The day after tomorrow. I'm not going back to Beijing. I'm going to Germany with the delegation. As a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Qin Xiu was rarely in China. He was either abroad or on the plane. Yi Qian pushed open the door and entered the teacher's office. Compared to the 30 degrees outside, the coolness inside swept away the heat. Come, sit here. This is Teacher Zhu's desk in our class. Teacher Tong waved her hand and gestured for Yi Qian to sit at the desk next to her. She pointed at the file on the desk and looked at the time. She smiled kindly. The roster is here. Take a look at it yourself. I'm not done with my work yet. I'll go to the cafeteria at 12:30. Okay? Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Okay, you don't have to worry about me. The teachers were very busy on the first day of school. Teacher Tong was the only one in the big office who had not gotten off work for lunch. Yi Qian gently took the roster out of the file and opened it to look at it carefully. The first few lists were of the top students. When he flipped to the 15th page, Yi Ying's photo came into view. Not bad. Not only did her skin become fairer, but her handwriting also improved. He looked at her strengths. Dancing, English. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully. It seemed that she had been working hard on English for the past year or so. She wasn't surprised. In her previous life, when Yi Ying came back from studying abroad, she spoke fluent English in front of her. She didn't know if she would do that in high school. After all, in her previous life, she had only studied in junior high and never sat in class again. Sitting beside Teacher Zhu's desk, Yi Qian flipped through the list page by page. After scanning through the names and photos, he finished flipping through all 60 names within 10 minutes and memorized them. The provincial first high school was indeed a century-old school, and Class 1 was the best of the best. However, there were also some students with poor grades. Resources needed to be allocated reasonably, and the school couldn't put all the good students in the second class into one class. It could only be said that the average score of the first class was higher than the other classes. When Teacher Tong was done with her work, she looked up and saw Yi Qian flipping through a high school math textbook. She glanced at the roster that was still in its original place and smiled at the girl who was engrossed in her book. Why are you reading a textbook? Take a look at the roster. There are photos in it. You can also get to know your classmates. She thought that Yi Qian wasn't flipping through the book. I've finished looking through the roster. I didn't want to disturb you because you were busy, so I picked up Teacher Zhu's textbook to take a look. Yi Qian closed the math textbook that the teacher had prepared for class. She didn't tell the teacher about her relationship with Yi Ying. Chapter 382. When she was working, Teacher Tong wore a pair of plain glasses tied with a black string. She took off her glasses and looked at Yi Qian with a slight smile. It seems like you intentionally hid your true strength during last year's intensive training. Yi Qian, you know how to hide your true strength. That's really rare. To be able to remember the names and faces of 60 students, including herself, was not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, she had never encountered someone like that in all her years of teaching. Furthermore, she was also curious as to how a girl who had just turned 16 in May could maintain a calm heart that was calmer than an adult's, restrain her sharpness, and walk down the path step by step in a solid manner. Yi Qian rarely talked about her family matters. Faced with Teacher Tong's inquiry, she thought for a moment before taking out her own registration form. She pointed to her parents' column and said with a slightly restrained voice, "I'm different from the other students here. I have to know how to protect myself. Sometimes, hiding one's true strength doesn't mean that one is weak. Hiding one's true strength is also a form of self-protection. Furthermore, as long as I can maintain a certain level, not be too abrupt, and not drop the ball at critical moments, I should be able to get along better with my classmates in class." This was Yi Qian's way of survival in both lifetimes. It was also the way to get along with others. Especially with students. In an environment where there was competition, hidden strength, and even small groups, it was a good thing to hide one's true strength. Her words left Teacher Tong speechless for a long time. After a while, she sighed. "Yi Qian, I just want to say that I have no regrets in my teaching career for the past few decades to have a student like you before I retire. However, child, you have to remember that the fittest survive. This is one of the mottos of century-old famous schools. Here, the competition begins the moment you step foot into this school. It's the same with academic results. Especially in Class 1, where results speak louder than words. Your good grades may attract jealousy, but you have to remember that there is another side to human nature, and that is admiration for the strong." Teacher Tong was a virtuous teacher. She did not want to see Yi Qian suppress her true strength to accommodate others. She should not hide her true strength at such a young age. Young people should live a carefree and unrestrained life, unrestrained and unrestrained. If they still had to be careful in school, they would have to be even more careful when they step out into society. Society is a big environment, and there's nothing wrong with being careful. However, school is different. This is a place for students to be happy, so there's no need to be careful. The bigger the stage, the more capable you are. Yi Qian, remember what Teacher Tong said today. The provincial first high school is a big stage for students to freely roam the sky. You don't have to hide your strength. It's your ability to study well. How can your classmates say such things? Moreover, even if there is, you don't have to take it to heart. The strong are like a halo. If there are people who worship you, there will be people who are jealous. The teacher and the student talked in the office for half an hour before they left. If Principal Chen and Uncle Jen taught Yi Qian how to be self-reliant, then Miss Tong taught Yi Qian how to be mellow, roundabout, and gentle. The combination of hardness and gentleness, Zhang Qi had a strong heart and a soft heart. In the days to come, when Yi Qian relied on his own strength to reach the peak of military power step by step, Teacher Tong was one of the people he thanked the most in interviews. Chapter 383. After lunch, Teacher Tong went back to her office while Yi Qian went to look for Principal Chen to get his luggage. Principal Chen was busy with his work. Other than when school started, he had nothing else to do. He liked working in the library. Also, he was in poor health. In order to live a few more years and see how far the girl he personally groomed could go, Principal Chen had started to take care of his body. A new batch of books had arrived at the school. There were books on astronomy, geography, ancient and modern. A century-old school would always have more resources than other schools. This could be seen from the corner of the books. 2 hours later, Yi Jian, who felt like a scholar, took her luggage and walked to the dormitory. The campus at 4:00 was much quieter than it was in the morning. Walking along the stone path with tall camphor trees on both sides, Yi Qian walked to the left side of Swan Lake and arrived at the female dormitory. When he walked to Swan Lake, he saw someone sitting leisurely on a stone bench under a weeping willow. His long arms were lazily draped over the back of the bench as he admired the beautiful scenery of Swan Lake. Yi Qian thought for a moment and walked over. He was an old acquaintance. If she really walked around him this time, she didn't know how he would tease her the next time they met. You didn't walk around me? Little fox, I'm surprised again. Xia Jinyuan looked like he had eyes on the back of his head. Before Yi Qian even got close, he turned his head to look at her. The golden sun in the west was variegated. As the willow swayed, it gently shone on his handsome face. It was half bright and half dark, making his expression look dark and unreadable. Seeing that Yi Qian was still carrying his luggage, he stood up and said, I need you to go out and help me with something. It's serious. Do you want to put your luggage in my car? Or maybe put it back in the dormitory? Although there was a faint smile on his face, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yi Qian already believed that he was talking about serious business. It was indeed serious business. If you're in a hurry, you can leave immediately. If you're not in a hurry, I can leave my luggage in the dormitory first. Yi Qian picked up his rather light luggage. There wasn't much inside, only a few sets of clothes. After waiting for about half an hour, Xia Jinyuan took the luggage that had passed through his hands several times today, but he still didn't put it back in the dormitory. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, then take it with you. Maybe you can change it at night. There's a possibility that I won't be going back to school tonight. Let me know in advance. She wouldn't have any objections to sleeping outside, even if he suggested sleeping by the side of the road or under a bridge. When they got back into the car, Xia Jinyuan's phone started ringing. He glanced at Yi Qian before answering the call. Come over in 20 minutes. Book a hotel in advance. If it's too late, sleep in the hotel. Yi Qian did not ask what was going on. She was used to others speaking first. The car was parked at the entrance of the traffic bureau. Before the car was parked, two police officers in dark green uniforms ran over. Their expressions were solemn. The suspect has strong anti-reconnaissance abilities. His methods are brutal. He erased all possible traces of the crime at the scene of the crime. Get all the sky eyes in the province, including the ones at the scene of the crime. We don't have much time. We need to find the suspect as soon as possible. As soon as they got out of the car, one of the police officers quickly told them everything they knew about the suspect. The other police officer led the way. The four of them hurriedly appeared in the monitoring room of the province's Sky Eyes system. First, get the Sky Eyes at the scene of the crime. Also, get the Sky Eyes at the two nearby crossroads. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he made the arrangements. Then, he said to Yi Qian, you have a good memory and are highly recognizable. I've prepared a pen and paper for you. Just draw whatever you find on the paper.